10 a.m. I'd like to welcome everybody to this County of Newell Municipal Planning Commission meeting of May the 9th. We do have some visitors. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I see we need a motion for one councillor to be excused. Adina, you so move?
I'll make that motion to excuse Dan.
Thank you. All in favor of Adina's motion? That is carried. Introductions. We have some visitors in the audience, so let's begin with MPC members, and then we'll come around to our visitors, okay? Lynette, would you like to start us out?
Hi, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Good morning, Adina Scandrup, Division 2, Tilly and area.
Good morning and welcome, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Arno Dirksen from the GEM area, Division 9.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Chrisman, and I will chair this MPC meeting, and I'm from the west side of the county, around Bassano.
Good morning, Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles.
Good morning, Ellen Unra, and I'm Division 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess.
Neil Johnson, Division 10, Brooks.
And Catherine, do you want to carry on?
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Cheryl Page, Planning and Development Administrative Assistant.
Shanna Lee, Development Officer.
Hello, I'm Maria Jackson with Planning and Development.
I'm Jeff Tiffin with Planning and Development as well.
I'm Astrid van Maurik.
I'm Frank Mundinger.
And I'm Kirsty Daniels.
Thanks, everybody. And just for your information, Sandra Stanway from the Brooks Bulletin is also here, but just out of her chair for the moment. So, all right, let's carry on with our agenda. Minutes from the last MPC meeting of April 25th. Are there any errors or omissions? If not, a motion to approve. Greg?
I'll make that motion.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'll call the question. All in favor of Greg's motion? That is carried. Agenda. We have an agenda. Are there any post-agenda items? Staff? No? Okay, we'll carry on. A motion to approve the agenda. Lynette?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. All in favor of Lynette's motion? That is carried. Development permit. We have permitted use. Shanna Lee, would you like to take us through that or highlight anything?
The Donna Hankey detached garage was a compliance, and the rest of those, the other three are new builds.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions on this report? Seeing none, we will accept that for information. Thank you. Development permits, 7.1. Shanna Lee will take us there.
Thank you. Development permit 2024008 is for the construction and seasonal operation of an off-grid cabin experience similar to a campground. The parcel currently has one single-family dwelling where the applicants reside and several accessory buildings. It will operate seasonally from May to October. There'll be 3 cabins, 1 kitchen building, and 1 bathroom shower house. The parcel is serviced by rural water. There'll be solar panels installed on the rooftops of the cabins and the shower house, and the kitchen will be wired for electricity. The applicants are installing a septic field to service the cabins, and the bathrooms and showers will be connected to the septic field. The garbage collected will be stored in an enclosed dump trailer on the parcel and will be hauled to the Millicent Waste Disposal site when necessary. The applicants will operate an office out of their home, which will include the sales of toiletries and light grocery. There is no variances requested. There was no issues or concerns from staff. In our adjacent landowner circulation, there was 2 responses from adjacent landowners. And one of the adjacent landowners is here to respond to questions, and Mrs. Daniels is here to respond to questions of the business.
Okay, thank you, Shanalee. First off, are there any questions of MPC? Mrs. Kersey, would you like to come forward? Thank you. If MPC has any questions for you regarding this application?
Push buttons.
Yep.
I do understand we were supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I know some people had questions why we had changed it. While we were out of the country visiting family, we ended up getting information regarding the composting toilets and how to dispose of the compost. And they were suggesting that we needed to take it to the sewage waste treatment plant in Brooks. Knowing the visitors that we were going to have, we could already see the future tweets and comments that they're going to say on this this idea of thinking they're giving something good to the community, and then all of a sudden it goes into the sewage waste treatment plant. We are on our plans talking to Medicine Hat has a research group, and we'd love to see more research done on the compost toilets to understand that the safety with the pathogens, especially with the bio-waste processor, that would happen, and because it'd be nice to see this nitrogen-rich compost be used in a positive manner. And we also have the Lethbridge University area as well. So I'm hoping to see, there's about 5 different grants out there for municipalities and areas with looking into research with this.
Good, thank you. It's an energetic project. What's your timeline plans?
So the timeline for the construction of this project to get us, because its development permit is 2 years, we will get to that part in 2 years, and we're hoping to be up and running in 3. We will have a couple trial with family, friends. My brother would like to do a pastor's retreat one day, maybe, just to see the kinks and what we need to do to make sure that we're ready. Because when we step forward and let guests come in and see the county for the beauty and the gem that it is, we want there not to be any hidden things that we haven't tried to figure out first.
MPC, questions? Holly.
Hi, just some questions kind of addressing some of the complaints or concerns that were raised. One letter was concerned that your guests would be opposed to farming noise, and the other neighbor was concerned your place would be too noisy for them. So do you want to talk about what you expect for differences in noise?
Yeah, absolutely. As I wrote in the write-up, I hope all of you have received, we've never believed that our land was just for us. We've shared it ever since we've moved in. So every year we have youth retreats, events, community barbecues, fundraisers, everything. So we would have 40 to 80 people on our property at a time normally to do these community events and outreach. So now we're looking from going to 40 to 80 to 6 to 12 max because we won't be able to do those functions when we have people around. I thought it was really interesting because of rural noise with farming. I mean, when the crop is ready, you don't have a choice. Farming isn't a 9-to-5 job, and I think it's a really wonderful thing for people that aren't in a rural setting to understand that. And we will make sure that we'll put that on our website, that we are surrounded by farmland that is active. We have a hobby farm, which is very loud with peacocks and guinea hens and donkeys and everything else and children that make noise, and that's part of life, and we understand that. Our guests will have to adhere to the 11 p.m. Standard for campgrounds for quiet time, but I think it's wonderful for people to come and see tractors working till 12 or midnight and have that understanding that our farmers work hard and cows have a hard time telling time, so they will move it whenever they feel like. So I think those are beautiful things. I'm sorry, did I answer that? Okay.
Yep, you did. Thank you, Kersey. Lynette.
So one of the letters also talks about having trees as a barrier and that the trees are mostly on their side. So have you thought about the fact that if they were to decide to take all of their trees down, are you going to be planting some more trees? And my other question is, do you plan to have small children there, and are there going to be like barriers to make sure that they don't end up somewhere where they shouldn't?
Oh, those are wonderful questions. Back in, I think it was December, we had come to our neighbors stating that we will put up a wind-like fence. There is a cedar barbed wire fence that is quite dilapidated between the properties, but we want to have a wind-like fence so sound is reduced for privacy on both sides for people visiting out of the area, privacy for them and privacy for our neighbors. Also, with the trees in between, there are quite a few. The poplars have all had their time. We've had tree specialists come out and look at the properties, trees on both sides, actually prior to the purchasers moving in. And so we are cleaning up all the dead trees. My husband and I have already planted 200 new trees. Last week when we planted 20 pine trees that are 6 to 7 feet tall around the area. But part of our structure that isn't in this development would be our future around each cabin. We would like to make it a beautiful idea where we're collecting now perennials and plants and usable items that we can plant from neighbors and people in the area. So when we put our shelter belt program together with the trees, but then also include all the edible items and useful plants, that it will say who it's from and what it is. So it shows that the shelter belt's built from community. So there is a lot that we've already considered. Most of the cabins will only have a queen size bed at start, so I don't see a lot of children coming. We would love to work with ecotourism, and we want to educate people about our area. We may have an area that has a family in it, but we won't be seeing a lot of, I don't think, children activity. I myself have 3 young boys, so I know what they can and can't get into, and so we try to make sure we keep things safe.
Yes, thanks. Adina.
So I'm pretty excited about this. I know you received money from New Grow to help fund this. I know at New Grow you had mentioned that the kitchen would have a wood-burning stove to cook in. The cabins, what will they have? Because it was mentioned the smell of wood burning was a concern of the neighbors. What will the cabins have for cooking?
So the cabins don't have anything for cooking. We have a communal kitchen and we have a communal fire area. As you can see where the kitchen is, there's a little round spot. This is our communal fire area. We want to have a sense of community. We want to draw people together. If people would love to not be around others, that is totally understandable, and we understand that. And at that chance, they can rent a propane fire pit, and we will bring it to their cabin. But we are going to encourage community.
Neil, then Greg.
Yeah, I think you've ticked all the boxes and added a few more on and ticked them too. It's a wonderful project.
We have a family with a similar kind of property like this in the Linden area, but they don't have the cabins. I mean, they've got the communal area and the cookhouse and things. We bring, people can bring, their vacation trailers and things and have family reunions. Are you thinking that scale where people can actually bring their vacation trailers on there also? Or is it just going to be the cabins?
So that doesn't attract us as much because there's less, it doesn't attract us as much to have people bring their holiday trailers. First, there's weight, and that's going to affect the yard and the lawn and all these different things. We like to be able to provide them a place to stay, which is different because this is going to attract something different than a regular campground. This is more like a glamping, and glamping actually from the projections of 2023 when it ended up to be a $9 billion projection in the US, and it's just starting to come here in Alberta. So this is an amazing opportunity to get started in the glamping area, and even hotels here in Alberta have already purchased areas to do their own glamping because people are starting to go this direction. So we're not interested in people bringing their trailers. If somebody was renting the whole facility for a reunion or something, I would think we would be working with them to see what this brings, but as long as it's, cohesive to what we're trying to present.
Lynette.
Seeing as we went that route, so through the chair, I think this will be Maria's expertise, but so if we approve this, how, and the Daniels want to expand it, at what point would they have to come back to possibly adjust the scope of it? Because right now we're only talking 3 cabins.
Shanley.
Thank you. If this permit is for the 3 cabins, so if the permit is approved today, it would only be for the 3 cabins. There would not be RVs. Like there might be an event where she has family with RVs, but it would not be an RV campground. It would be the 3 cabins. If they want to intensify the business, then they would come back for another permit, which would come to MPC again.
Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions? I'll open it up to the public. Are there any questions or comments that anyone would like to make? Please come forward. Thanks, Kersey. We'll just trade you out. You may have to come back. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one of my important questions was already answered. That was about solar panels, because I just escaped from a place where my neighbor put, without any permissions, solar panels.
Okay.
That had made me incredibly ill since December. Oh. I'm just pain-free for the last 2 or 3 days. It's not a joke.
Okay.
So this is a serious concern. I didn't know there were going to be solar panels there, but yeah, and then there's a lot of trees, so I'm scared for like open fires and things, people burning wood and the whole thing going into fire, because they're going to be pretty close to my place and closer than to their own home.
Okay.
And 11 o'clock as a noise barrier, well, that's way past kids' bedtime. My house is not that far from the property line.
Okay. Any questions? Neil, you have a question?
How far is it from the property line?
I'm right on the other side, so you see the red line, and then there's, that's, on the right side, that's our house.
The other question is, the solar panels make you ill?
Yeah. My previous neighbor, and I'm still moving out of the other place, but we're sleeping already in this house for weeks now. Because I had no choice, even before I had all the beds moved over, because I couldn't walk anymore. And if you want more information on that, I'm happy to bring Margreet van den Berg in. She works for the government in Ottawa, and she's a specialist on that.
Thanks.
Holly.
In your previous home, how far away were you from these solar panels? Were you in town and they're right next door?
No, in Sagebrush. So also quite a bit of space. I was on one of the bigger lots in Sagebrush.
So the lot next to you had solar
Yeah,
panels?
and then it had on the other side, so about same distance.
What are the height of the trees? They look fairly well developed. Can you give me an approximate height of those trees between your properties?
No, I don't know, because we're still taking the dead trees out. We started last weekend before it started raining to remove dead trees.
So you're new to the area?
Yes, we bought it in November.
Right.
And in December I heard about this idea.
I see. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Any other, Holly?
I think, Shanley, you probably know this question. Is there solar panels just on the roof, the 3 roofs of the cabin? That is the future plan, is that correct?
Yes, Shanley is confirming that. Thank you. Is there anything more that you wanted to add?
Well, I wrote an email.
Yes.
Because I by accident found out that this was going to be in council.
By accident?
Yeah.
You didn't receive notification?
I didn't get it in the mail.
Okay.
Because it was sent to a wrong address from the previous owner.
I see. Land titles is slow to change. I'm not defending the Alberta government.
You have
by
my
any means.
address here, my correct address, because I was able to receive the water for the water bill. So
Okay. All right. We will take that up with staff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming forward and sharing your concerns. It's much appreciated. Sir, did you want to add anything else? Yeah. No? Okay. MPC, any further questions, comments, concerns regarding this application? Kirsty, I guess my question is, did you make it part of your business plan to connect with your neighbors?
Absolutely, because community is one of the things we're trying to encourage, plus not just our own personal growth, but others. Actually, in the end of October, our future neighbor came into our yard expressing how they are excited about putting an offer on in the house. And this was before the house inspection was done. And we were very excited about sharing the news of what we were going to hopefully accomplish, because it's been a 2-year dream. So we spent about 20 minutes letting her know that we are looking for doing an off-grid cabin business on our property. And then in December came back, and when we did the new grow to make sure it's on my Facebook, everyone knew what we were doing, and encouraging people to see what it was. Also, I knew I was a little worried with the campground label because it can seem very scary. So I had gone next door and said, we can't do our, it's not going to be labeled Airbnb or anything like that. It's going to be labeled campground. We're not going to have 20 to 40 visitors. You will be getting a letter, and this is what it's going to be stating, once I knew that we were getting to be this close. So yes, huge, to me, neighbors, community, like we've already spoken to local farmers, producers that want to have the meat frozen in the freezer. We've talked to Daryl with health and safety of what that looks like for us. So we want to have all our local people, and our neighbor is going to be an amazing gardener, and she wants to do market garden and freeze dry, and we've offered, that'd be amazing for the guests that we have. So I want we're always about community, because community becomes family, and that is what hopefully our people that are visiting from out of town or in town will see that.
Thanks, Kirsty. Go ahead, Amanda.
Kirsty, do you have a fire plan for like the trees and the cabins?
Well, everything will be cleaned out prior to guests coming. Each cabin, of course, even without having a fire in them or a cooking source, they're all still going to have their to code. They have to have a fire extinguisher in each of them. With the propane fire pits, it's a lot easier to not get out of, it ensures things not getting out of control, because I understand fire safety and I understand the scare of it, because yes, I'm from California originally, so we're used to everything catching on fire. So that is a concern, and I know how our fire safety for our family is, and I can't trust visitors, so we are making sure that we can keep it as controlled as possible.
Kirsty, what's the size of your acreage?
We have a 5-acre parcel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Greg.
Hi, Kirsty. Those trees between the two properties, how tall are those, and how do they leaf out? Are they?
So there's quite a different variety. There's a couple cottonwoods in there that are gorgeous. Hopefully we can get some more in there. And they're probably a good I want to say a good 30 feet. There's everything from the wild rose of Alberta there to shorter honeysuckles. We have poplars in there. We've planted, I think, 10 to 15 willows that are now reaching 10 to 20 feet, well, I think 20 feet tall now. So they should leaf out very nice. Each of them have a different from broad to skinny leaf. Yeah, so.
And the solar panels, are they going on the roofs of the places? And or is it going to be, is the solar panels, where's that located?
Well, they're supposed to be on the roof of the cabins themselves because it's supposed to be a lower wattage. We don't need a lot to do this. The only one that may have a little harder aspect for the roof would be the grain bin because of the circumference of how it is.
And are we facing south? This is facing...
North is our drive. North is
Gotcha.
the driveway. South is the dugout.
Okay. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All good questions. Lynette?
In the grand scheme of things, do we have some past criteria that, of anything else that was built like this to know what the setbacks have been and in general what works?
Mm-hmm.
Like as far as the property line?
Is this for me or for Maria? Oh, good. I was like, well, Maria, I don't know what the past was.
Maria?
This is a pretty unique development permit, but these cabins do follow the setbacks in the land use bylaw. So because this is agriculture in regards to solar panels, those solar panels would need to meet the setbacks of the land use bylaw, which is what this does. So I think that answers.
Thanks, Maria. And entrepreneurship is approved by the County of Newell as well. So MPC, moving forward, how do you wish to handle this application? Greg?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to approve this application.
Okay. Any further questions? Comments? Holly?
I guess I just wanted to speak to the concern about solar panels. People can put solar panels anywhere. This may be on a campground, but we don't deny solar panels on someone's property. It's their own personal use. So it's not that we're not hearing a concern about solar panels. That's not really our purview, solar panels on a private house.
Thank you, Holly. Any further concerns, comments? We have a motion on the table by Greg. All in favor of Greg's motion? That is carried. Kirsty, we wish you and your husband the best of luck in this seasonal adventure. We understand it's probably a seasonal, but all the best to you.
Thank you very much.
It looks amazing.
Thank you for your time.
Item 7.2 on our agenda. Shannalee.
Thank you. This is the application for an intensification of use of the Rolling Hills School. The Agriculture Academy will include the growing of produce and keeping of animals. The animals will be on the site from March to October and will be sold in October. They're going to have 2 calves, 2 goats, 2 sheep, and 6 chickens, and the produce will be sold out of the kitchen in the school. There's going to be a windbreak fence surrounding the animal shelter with 3 pens and a chicken coop. There was no issues from staff. There was no response from adjacent landowners, and we are recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you, Shannalee. Any questions for staff? I see nobody from Grasslands here today, so I can't read your lips. Holly?
There was an email this morning from Rolling Hills School.
Did you want to read that email? Is it concerning this application? A little bit different to break up. Shannalee.
I think it's the same email that was sent to Matt and Ariana. Is that the one? It's Darby that wrote the email, and she's reiterating everything that I have in my report. I didn't think that there was anything new.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Holly. And what kind of notification went out to the neighborhood?
The notification would have went to all the adjacent landowners surrounding that parcel.
Okay. Do you have a number? Okay, thank you. That's all right, as long as we were fairly good at this. Greg.
I have a question and a concern about what our bylaw is with respect to animals in our hamlets. Is this within the bylaw, the number of animals? Who's taking care of these animals? Is there a noise issue? Because it is within the hamlet boundaries. And if and when we do approve this, is it basically going outside of the scope of our current land use bylaw with respect to animal control?
So it's automatically approved at Lake Newell Resort? No, I'm kidding. Staff can answer that question for us, please.
Thank you. The amount of animals that they are requesting to have is exactly the amount of animals that they're allowed to have for the size of parcel. And it's my understanding that the school, with the students and their committee, are going to be managing the animals.
Much better answer than mine, right? Yeah. How do you wish to handle this, MPC? Neil?
Yeah, being that we supported the project, I think I'd like to make the motion that we approve this.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor of Neil's motion? That is carried then. We had no post-agenda items. Any reason to go in camera? Hearing none, I will adjourn the meeting.
May 9th, 2024, our council meeting. I see that Dan is not with us this morning. Could we have an motion to excuse Dan? Is Dan on Zoom? No, he's in a Zoom class. Yeah, he's not on Zoom, I don't think. Ellen, go ahead.
Motion to excuse Dan Short.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. We have the adoption of the minutes of the April 25th meeting. Are there any errors or omissions or a motion to adopt? Go ahead, Holly, please.
Motion to adopt.
All in favor of that motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. With regard to, are there any post-agenda items? I do have two, and I'm also going to ask that we remove item 9.4 from the agenda. And I would like to add two items, just a short discussion on invasive species and also a discussion around a potential letter of support for a top 70 over 70 nomination. So we'll add those two pieces to our agenda. Also on the agenda, we have a 10:45 schedule with NRSC, and I see Cole is here for an update. We have STARS coming in at 11, SEWA at 11:30, and a risk control policy discussion at 1 p.m. Those are scheduled events. Is there anything else to add to the agenda? Neil.
Yeah, being that the last time I'll bring up solar, maybe discussion around a letter showing our disgust at the way the province handled the solar moratorium. Like, there's a lot of negative press right now, and the money that we're going to lose if this keeps going the way it is too big to ignore.
So what do you want to call that?
Letter.
Alternative energy discussion?
Yeah, just I think we should reinforce our position that maybe they overstepped what we had in mind when the moratorium came on. Because the numbers are starting to add up.
We'll take that up. I'll put that on the agenda. So
thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Any other agenda items to add? If not, a motion to approve the agenda as discussed. Amanda, please.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Question period or notices of motion. Are there any questions electronically? Anyone have a notice of motion to present? Seeing none, well, let's move right. I see Cole is here. Welcome, Cole. If you're ready to go 2.5 minutes early, we'll take your presentation right now. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much for having me, Reeve and Council. Appreciate it. As you can see from my report, there's really not a whole lot to report, which is a good thing, knock on wood. So we're just preparing for most of our spring preventative maintenance tasks that we do every year. So that includes flushing the systems that we have the infrastructure available to do that. So Lake Newell Resort and Tilly, flush out the distribution systems. And then the 4 sewage lift stations that we look after in your hamlets, we usually clean them out in the spring as well. So we're getting ready to schedule that and get the workers ready to do that. So that preparation is underway. And I just wanted to give a quick update on the Lake Newell Resort lift station upgrade project. So we met with county staff, Jeff and Mark, recently, kind of identified how we want to attack this project, and I think we have the capability of doing it mostly in-house as far as the project management goes for it. So we won't be hiring the consulting engineers or anything like that to oversee it. It's fairly straightforward. The contractors are kind of categorized in a couple groups with mostly mechanical and electrical. So we'll be able to get some quotes for those specific tasks, and NRSC will be able to overlook and do the project management on the county's behalf. Fairly straightforward, fairly simply. So that'll definitely save some money moving forward. I see a question.
Okay, thank you. Greg, go ahead.
How much is that going to save us?
I don't know exactly, but in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay, thanks, Cole. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, so right now we're just basically identifying potential contractors and getting quotes for the specific work that needs to be done. So electrical upgrades, control cabinet and rewiring of it. So that's the electrical component. And then mechanical, the replacement of the stainless steel piping and check valves and stuff like that. So that's the bulk of the project. So that's where we're at for that.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more little thing to add that I don't have in here. I just wanted to give an update on phase 3 of the county water project. I had stated before in previous months that we were anticipating a call that very day that I gave my report that we were going to be doing some tie-ins. That's never ever materialized. Jeff can kind of speak to that. They're putting pipe in the ground, but they're not progressing at a rate that everybody would expect. So there's been no tie-ins made to this point that we're aware of, unless Jeff has some information that I don't have. I just talked with my operations supervisor this morning, and he hasn't had no contact with the contractors yet. So they're a little slower than the last group, but they are working. So that's all I have for that. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear to everybody.
Yeah, what I think when we've talked about this in the past, we had hoped that tie-ins would be happening on farmland this spring before things started. Is that still on track, or are we? Am I shifting gears to the wrong agenda item here? Yeah.
No, that's quite all right. We have contract 3 in the Rosemary Gem Pisano area. The substantial completion date is October 15th. So the contractor is and was working away at lots of cultivated land, cropland, so on and so forth, discussing with landowners availability through the growing season of different locations. So they're not going to get all the cultivated land done here this spring, but before seeding, they will have some time in the fall, and we'll see where that goes and how it works over the summer, and how that works with completion date and timelines. But yeah, like Cole mentioned, they're getting some pipe in the ground. They just haven't connected it to the system yet. They're working through the pressure testing and whatnot of their longer segments, but hopefully sooner rather than later we get some connections made to the main line.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
That's it.
Anything else?
No,
Okay.
that's the extent of my report.
Appreciate your report. Any further questions or comments from anyone? Seeing none. Thanks for coming in, Cole. Appreciate that.
Thanks again for having me.
Yeah, let's carry on. Mark, welcome. We'll take, that is item number 9.2, the Director of Municipal Services. Welcome.
Good morning, council members. Update from the report. So municipal enforcement continues doing what they're doing, shifting to summer season hours. Campgrounds are opening, so patrols of them, coverage on weekends and whatnot as well. Supervisor and officer continue meeting with the local RCMP and City of Brooks, sharing information as we collaborate with them and keep our community safe. Fleet services been keeping busy, getting things ready for the summer season, gravel program, those kinds of things. Dust abatement's coming up. The application period ended. We're just getting through the applications with our GIS so that we can get ramped up for the commencement of that program in the middle of June. Operations-wise, grader operators, as we all know, we had spring thaw. They worked extended hours. Now we've had an inch or two or more in select areas. Working to get gravel roads restored as timely as we can for our motorists out there, and we'll see what can happen with things, but we know we've got some rutted roads that we'll tend to. With that, just want to point out, because there were some questions previously, that how do we maintain some of the dust abatement locations and stuff. I've included in the package an information sheet on Sandvix blades. Once the dust abatement is down, it can turn to almost being as hard as concrete, especially when we've had no moisture whatsoever. So those sand vicks go on there, little tips. They rotate as you're grading the road, and they blend things up and mix it up. And lot of potholes were 4, 6, 8 inches deep and stuff, and it just helps fill those all in and blend the material together. So places like Westland Acres, in front of the Evergreen subdivision up on Township Road 19-2, tended to a lot on Range Road 14-2 as well. Areas like that is kind of where we apply those things. But otherwise, we don't generally use Sandvix blades. We just use straight carbides. So just information if any of you are interested in that. Stockpile program continues. They're nearing completion with that. And then we'll be addressing dust abate areas that need additional gravel on the surface before the dust abatement program kicks off. And then that crew will be rolling into the graveling program for the year. Street sweeping's taken place. That was complete. And we got seasonals on board. 3 of them started earlier this week, and the 4th one today. And we've also got a grader operator on board, so that's going well. Paved road crack sealing, Jeff advised this morning that we're hoping to kick that off on Monday, so good timing of the year with that. And then line painting always follows crack sealing, so just keep those things in mind. Update on rural water is included in the report. Fisher Bridge work continues with that. Jeff advised that a number of the support structures and stuff have been removed, taken back to the shop for straightening to bring back to put in place. So that bridge restriction will remain in place. Hopefully work will be done sooner than May 31st, but we'll let things unfold as they can, because it's a matter of what they can get straight and what else they might have to address. So Lake Newell Resort Pathway remains in the stage of engagement with landowners. Feedback so far, it looks like it's supported, so I don't foresee anything coming about with that, but we'll keep working through that. We got it in here. Tendering work remains tentatively scheduled in May. Might be late May, because we need to have the land secured before we do anything else with respect to that. So what else we got? I think that's really about it. If there's any questions from council, I'm doing my best to answer, I guess.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Mark. Are there any questions? Lynette and then Adina.
On the graders that have, so do you change out the blades and then you would just send that grader back out to do what they need to do with that special blade on? And like, so how many of those blades do we actually have with the special tools on?
Well, I don't know whether we have a complete set for everybody right now because of changeover of graders to newer models and stuff, but generally each grader will have a complete set of them, and then you just change the tips out individually as they wear out. And everybody has a set or more of straight carbides, so they can change it out themselves. In the case of dealing with things immediately in and around Brooks, I just brought the operator into a grader in the yard where our shop changed the blades out for them, and they went out for the day and spent cleaning up around here. So
that's primarily for when you're reworking the
dust abatement locations. Yeah,
locations, right?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Adina, please.
Just curious, the street sweeping, do we do our own street sweeping or do we contract that out?
We contract that out.
Is that
A street sweeper I priced out, I want to say 5 or 7 years ago, and it was about $250,000, and for 3 days of work every year, that just doesn't make money sense to buy our own. And I do understand that they're pretty high maintenance vehicles, according to what our neighbors to the north share with us. So,
okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thanks, Mark. Is there a motion to approve Mark's report? Ellen, please. All in favor of the motion to approve? That's carried. Thanks, Mark.
Are we going to carry on?
Yeah, let's carry on. Yeah.
Okay, RFD for National Public Works Week, proclamation request. This has been something in front of council for about a decade. Looking for recognition of National Public Works Week in conjunction with Canadian Public Works Association and American Public Works Associations. The efforts that our staff put in and day out for infrastructure and services that the public benefit from 365 days a year, whether they realize it or not. It's a good time to re-educate the public and also give a little bit of recognition for our staff for what they do. I believe in the past there's been a question of what all do we do to recognize our staff at National Public Works Week. Nothing too extravagant. We did go through a process a number of years back where that won us a national award for first-time entry. Much like the Know Your Food event and egg days and stuff, it takes a lot of time, staff-wise, and effort in getting things set up and hosting. There was some benefit with the school education and whatnot, but it wasn't that well supported generally from the public. So we just like to put something out there on our social media, newspaper, potentially radio and stuff, and let them know. So,
thank you, Mark. Are there questions about that, or someone prepared to make a motion that we go ahead? Holly, please.
I'll make the motion we proclaim May 19th to 25th, 2024 as National Public Works Week.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you.
That's everything for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, let's move back to administrative business number 8.1, our open house for June the 6th. Shanna Lee, please.
Good morning again. Administration would like to host an open house and invite the county residents to the office to encourage public engagement with our ratepayers. The open house would be held from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. on June 6th. Staff members from various departments would be on hand to answer questions. The date of the open house is following the mailing of tax notices, so we will keep our tills open till 7 p.m. that night to allow ratepayers to pay their taxes, and tax and assessment staff will be on hand to answer questions. Economic Development will be attending. We will be sending an invitation to Park Enterprises to send somebody to attend on their behalf. Planning and Development will be in attendance. We'll have the GIS map up to review landowners' land, their setbacks, the land use bylaw. Representatives from Municipal Services will be on hand to respond to inquiries on roads, infrastructure, water, and septic. The desired outcome is to show our ratepayers that we are here to help them through communication and connection. And we are requesting that council members attend.
Okay, thank you, Shanna Lee. That's a great idea. I have, unfortunately, that conflicts with the start of FCM, I believe. When does the FCM conference start? It starts that day, correct, Ariana? Yes.
It does start June 6th. I have you checking in on the 5th in Calgary.
Oh, okay. So unfortunately, some of us will not be able to be there, I think, which I regret. I think this is a great idea, and I would like to attend that. It's a good idea. Holly and then Greg.
I love the idea too. I had that down as our meeting with Grasslands that day. Do I have the wrong date for that?
That's what I have.
Yeah, if we have FCM, we have to move Grasslands. Wow, it's a popular day, Channel.
It's also rodeo week in Brooks, which is maybe a good time for that, but it's good. Was that your comment as well? Yes. Okay, Greg? Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's, I don't know if we plan to have the assessor here too. I don't know if that's something that we engage with, because I know there may be concerns with the feeling of increase in taxes this year. Although we've reduced taxes, it's going to feel like an increase because the assessment values have been going up, especially for our rural residential properties. So within the area, I'm wondering if it's important to have the assessor there just to answer some questions.
That's the proposal, I think, right?
Is it in there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Great minds think alike, right? That's fine. Okay, any other questions or comments? Holly, please.
I would just, I would make a motion that we support it, if that's the question.
Okay, I think that's in order. We appreciate the initiative of staff to set this up. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried, and as I said, with regret from some of us who won't be able to attend, but hopefully next time we'll all be able to be there, so thank you. It being very close to 11 o'clock, we have an appointment with STARS at 11 o'clock, and I assume that we have presentation, Glenda and Jackie. If you'd take the chairs, welcome here this morning. And I think we'll start with introductions. And then have you introduce yourselves as well. So let's start with Lynette, please.
Good morning. So happy to see all of you and bring you an annual update. As well, I have a special person with me as well. So first and foremost, I think most of you all know me. I've had the pleasure of working with your council for many years now. Glenda Farnden, Senior Municipal Relations Liaison. And we're going to have some changes within as we continue to unite and collaborate with all municipalities across the province. So I will be doing more further work with municipalities that we still are hopeful to have come on board, as well as reaching out to some of the rural cities and building this program across so that the entire province is united. So I'm very pleased to have Jackie Seeley with us. I think many of you probably already know her, so I'm so grateful to have Jackie join our team, our municipal team. Being co-located in Bazzano, she can help to serve, and bring updates and keep councils well informed across all of southern Alberta. So she is going to be bringing you your next update next year. It will be Jackie. I'm still around if need be, but it will be Jackie that will be your direct liaison as we go forward. Jackie, do you want to just say just a few words?
Yeah, so there's a couple new faces here. And but just for those that may not know, I was previously on council out in Bazzano and also worked in nonprofit for a long time. So I just always love the county of Newell and how everybody works so well together here. So it's a pleasure to be with STARS in support of this life-saving service and to be able to come and bring you your annual updates.
Thank you and welcome. And why don't we take this opportunity to introduce ourselves so that we all know each other more familiar directly. Go ahead, Lynette, please.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3 Representative Patricia Millicent area.
Good morning, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, Tilly and area.
Welcome, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, nice to see you again. Matt Fensky, Chief Administrative Officer.
I'm Arno Dirksen from Division 9, the GEM area.
Good morning, Kelly Chrisman from the Bazzano area.
Welcome, Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles.
Welcome, Ellen Unra, and I represent the area around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, ladies. Amanda Philpott, Duchess.
Thanks for dropping in. Neil Johnson, Division 10, Brooks.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Welcome. Go ahead, please.
So much. So we'll get started. First and foremost, next year, STARS is celebrating 40 years of serving Albertans. 40 years, and all remaining always as a charitable entity. So anyone that needs STARS, that STARS is available to them. STARS is your best hope in a worst-case scenario. STARS provides critical care anywhere, and partnerships have made that possible for almost 40 years. So as a bit of an update on the financial side, previously I've reported to you that, we had a 10-year affiliation agreement in place with Alberta Health Services, which expired in 2020. We have been year to year since then. In 2022, they did provide a top-up to 50% of operational funds. So this was block funding of $15 million, based on the fact that approximate costs for each base was about $10 million per base times 3 bases in Alberta. This did not include The Emergency Link Center, our dispatch center, does not include education and training or administration costs, so strictly operationally related. We're in very high-level discussions right now in hopes of securing another long-term service agreement. So more to come once we have finalized, what happens with those discussions. So hopefully by next year, Jackie will have some really great information to be providing to you, if not sooner. In the meantime, STARS is very fortunate to have a very highly respected lottery across Canada. Our STARS lottery has been running more than 30 years, and it has provided significant funds. This year, we netted just over about $10.2 million net. So that pays for one base in Alberta. So as we move forward, for the past few years, we've always been around that $10 million net. So that's a very important piece. And, immense kudos to all of Albertans that continue to stand by our side through the lottery for over 30 years. This still leaves us, after lottery proceeds, about $18 million per year that must be fundraised. So this comes from the corporate sector, from all of our long-standing community events, as well as our municipal partnerships that are currently collaboratively across the province generating about $2.2 million annually. So that is a significant piece as well, of having that support through our municipalities. And, we've had a lot of challenges too with community events, especially after COVID. We lost a lot of community events because of that, and it's very hard to kind of get it regenerating again. But we've had lots of communities that are reaching out to us now that want to get back into and create some new long-standing community events. So partnership is everything. Here's where we are now on our lovely Sea of Green map that I keep providing to you each year. You can see that we are very close to closing the loop on and uniting the entire province. It says in the last year since I last reported to you, we have now welcomed 9 rural municipalities. We're very, very happy to report that the MD of Tabor has joined. So now they should be green. This had to be submitted to you before we had the word that they have come on board. So 9 rural municipalities, as well as 9 more urban municipalities, have joined on, which includes, as we're very happy to report to you, Town of Bazzano, as well as City of Brooks, being the very first city in southern Alberta. So we are very happy to report that County of Newell, you are also now recognized as a regional leader. You were always a regional leader, providing $2 per capita or higher, but now we also are building regional partnerships within your boundaries. So to explain the map a little bit, the red boxes represent the municipal leaders that are represented on the helicopter. Over the years, they have reached logo status, and we are now a line item in their protective services budget each year. County of Newell now as a regional leader, because number one, you are providing more than $2 per capita. You're on a fixed rate. We appreciate that very much. And now with the addition of Town of Bazzano and City of Brooks, you are also one of our regional leaders building regional partnerships. The stars represent those counties that have complete regional partnerships within their boundaries. Every town and village that lie within their boundaries is also a supporter of STARS annually with their county. So let's have a look at a 5-year overview, including up to April 24th of this year. So this year alone, there's already been 8 missions. Critical interfacility transfers from Brooks Hospital. An overall average throughout the County of Newell, which includes the critical interfacility transfers, as the majority of those will all be from rural areas where the patient was delivered by a local ground ambulance to the local hospital. And because it is of a critical nature, then STARS is called to get that patient to tertiary care. So this gives you a solid overview of what's happening throughout your county area. averaging about, on an overall average of about 32 missions per year. 32 missions per year can have a value of up to over $300,000 in mission-related costs only. So our partnership is really important piece of sustainability for STARS. Next slide, please. Now, here's an update from our postal code project that I presented last year. A total of 302 residents that have had a postal code for any of those resident communities listed, this would include rural residents as well, have been flown by STARS since 2010. As an annual update, just for 2023 only, 14 area residents have been flown, and the postal codes are listed there below. But interestingly enough is when you look on the right-hand side, the blue outline of County of Newell boundaries, how many red dots are outside of those boundaries? 302 total residents flown, 274 were picked up somewhere within the County of Newell. 28 of these residents were picked up in 23 other locations across 3 provinces. This is a testament to the value of our partnership for your residents. The fact that your residents have access to STARS at no cost to them because they're an Albertan and because we have bases all across Western Canada. So this is really a testament to, our partnership. Next slide, please. Jackie is going to give us more of an operational overview.
All right, so STARS is more than rapid transport. The Emergency Link Center, which is located out of our base in Calgary, is integrated with all dispatch centers and has access to resources across the province. So they use very precise mapping coordinates and to dispatch our bases as well as Halo in the southeast and Hero in the northeast. So on average, 36,000 emergency requests per year. So on average, 100 per day. It's a pretty busy center. The STARS transport physician is available 24/7 and provides medical and procedural guidance on every critical call. So this is by ground ambulance and also with Halo and with Hero, with rotary wing there, and with Alberta Health Services fixed wing. So that is how we provide critical care anywhere beyond the helicopter. The transport physician also schedules all things like the cardiac cath lab, a neurosurgeon, or even a CAT scan for a stroke patient. So while the patient is being transported, those arrangements are being made on the other end, saving precious time for that patient. STARS continues to be an innovative leader. We have night vision goggle capability, and we're the first civilian organization in Canada to be able to fly at night. And with more than 50% of our calls happening at night, this is essential. We also carry universal blood on board since 2013. We're the first helicopter EMS program in North America to carry universal blood. We increased to 4 units of blood in 2019, kind of based on the demand to have more on board. And it is the difference between life and death for many patients. We're also celebrating another Canadian first, the massive hemorrhage protocol. So this is a new blood product that can reverse anticoagulation or to promote blood clotting. So that is also essential with a trauma patient where by being able to promote blood clotting, they may need less blood transfusions. So that also is the difference between life and death. Next slide.
This is brand new information. Like this only happened last October in Alberta. So having these 2 extra blood products that are needed and necessary for any patient that requires more than 2 units of blood.
Yeah, thank you. STARS is critical care experts. So our crew members receive over 200 hours of mandatory training every year. So this is either online textbook training or in our simulation lab. So each base has a sim lab where there are clinical educators that put the crew members through rigorous, complex, distinct cases so that they have the exposure to a wide breadth of emergency situations with patients, and have the skills that they need when they're on the ground. We also do in-field training, so they'll also do exercises out in the field so that they can be prepared for the unthinkable. They must be able to work in inclement weather while taking into consideration patient vulnerability in these high consequence situations. We do a lot of work with our chain of survival partners as well. So your local fire department, your regional fire department, can go online to stars.ca and request landing zone training where they can participate online. We also do, regional training, which we're actually in the process of revamping right now, where we can come out and work with multiple chain of survival partners, your fire department, EMS, RCMP, to provide a wider breadth of training so that they have the safety in those, multi-casualty situations as well. Glenda.
Medical Transport Conference. This is international. I had previously brought you some information about this. It's a rigorous competition. This is worldwide, bringing together helicopter EMS programs from around the world to send a team of 2 to compete. So through this rigorous competition, the team of 2 must triage multiple patients in the most inconceivable critical situations. And of course, they are graded on their decision-making, the timing, and of course, the patient outcomes, utilizing the high-fidelity mannequins. So to give you a sense of this, last year in late October, the competition entailed that our crew members were presented with a head-on collision. The husband was ejected from the vehicle with massive head trauma. The mother was in the front seat still of the car, pregnant, and going into cardiac arrest. And the child was in the back seat, in the car seat, with head trauma. So they have 3 different patients, all critical, in 3 different locations that they must manage. And then the lights went out in the conference center. And our team of 2 had to manage their 3 patients in the dark for about an hour and a half. Those are the types of situations that they are up against, that they must still, unbeknownst to them, have to manage. So we are very, very proud of our teams at STARS. Lots of different bases, all bases have had the opportunity of having 2 crew members to have the honor of representing STARS at this high-level international competition. STARS has participated in this competition now for 21 years straight, and we have been top 3 in the world all 21 years, and we've taken first place 7 times. We feel that we are providing and bringing your residents the highest level of critical care available in Alberta. And of course, none of that is possible without partnership. We thank you, County of Newell, for your long-standing leadership, dedication to STARS, and your ongoing, unwavering support. Thank you for moving to a fixed rate of support on standing motion. We know that we can count on the County of Newell each year as the mission rate continues to increase, fuel costs increase, cost of medical supplies, it's never ending. So sustainable support that we can count on is of the utmost essence. A life is literally saved every day. We're averaging 9 to 10 missions every day. But it's partnership that has made it possible for almost 40 years. And with that, again, we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for continuing to be a long-standing member. County of Newell has been a supporter of STARS for more than 30 years. You have been on the municipal program for over 12 years that I've had the pleasure of working with this council and previous councils. We cannot thank you enough. And so we have a little token of our appreciation that we would like to present to your council that represents such a long-standing partnership that saves lives every day.
Thank you.
Could we ask for a photo opportunity? Thank you. This is a new plaque with the brand new helicopter as well.
Oh, one more.
We really liked this one because you can see it is all chain of survival partners that are setting up the landing zone and helicopter landed. So, you know, it is a team effort to save a life.
Thank you very much for that token of appreciation and for your work on behalf of all of us throughout the province on a daily basis, as you've indicated. I'm going to offer an opportunity for people to ask questions if they have any. Are there questions from anybody or comments? Greg, please go ahead.
Well, I don't want to get emotional. Granddaughter, 2 flights this year from Stars to Brooks to Calgary. So yeah, testament of the service that you provide personally. Just amazing. The professionalism, seeing, you know, your granddaughter take off by herself with your staff is we had total trust, and she was under 2 years old. So yeah, pretty cool. So thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thanks for that, Greg. Kelly, go ahead. Thanks, Greg.
Question. I'll hold his hand to get him through this. My question is the size of the helicopters. We seem to be getting bigger and bigger all the time. My worry is that our landing sites are going to become a thing needing upgrades and that sort of thing. What can you tell me about the helicopters that we have on staff right now and their size?
For sure. So previously, you know, we did run into some situations when there was a helipad review done by Alberta Health Services when we had the previous AW139. So the AW139, we thought at the time was the right helicopter, but then it also was much, much larger. And it did come through the review that some helipads were not of the adequate size for that, and a lot of helipads also needed upgrades, which really had nothing to do with the helicopter. The upgrades were necessary regardless, just by Transport Canada regulations, because they had revamped their regulations. So that was kind of the buzz many years ago, right? In total, we did discover and kind of understand by learning by doing that the AW139 was not the right helicopter for us, even though it has much farther range, you know, was much larger, but then there was lots of other downfalls, especially being a charitable organization, in fuel consumption, in longer downtime, lots of other mitigating factors. And so we moved away from that. So taking into consideration the BK117 that served us well for 37 years. So the H145 is the big sister to the BK117, comparable in size and weight and everything that's required, no different than the BK17, except the tail is 2 feet longer. So we stuck with what's comparable in size. If there was still communities that had helipads that needed upgrades, those upgrades had nothing to do with the size of the helicopter. So we are still good to go as we move forward. Hopefully, technology is moving, upgrading and moving faster and faster. So I would imagine that these helicopters would have more of like a 20 to 30-year lifespan rather than getting into the 40s, because there'll be so much new technology out there again. But still, for generations to come, we're going to be fine with these, and they're very comparable to the same size of what we've always operated.
Thank you for that clarification. It's an important one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, comments? If not, thank you again for coming in today. We appreciate the work that you do on behalf of all of us, and I appreciate Greg's personal comments too. That's where the rubber hits the road for all of us in rural Alberta and all of Alberta, really. So thank you for the work that you do. Yeah.
Thank you so much. But more importantly, thank you for a 30-year plus partnership.
It's a privilege. Thank you.
You, a couple of calendars, please pass one on to your fire department. We can't do what we do without them.
Great, we'll do that. Thank you.
We recess for a few minutes before the SAWA delegation. Yeah.
Okay, let's take 5 minutes. We have the SAWA delegation at 11:30, so let's take a 5-minute break.
think that's a no.
Your light would have to be on.
Sherry, can you hear me?
I can. Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to do it?
If you're comfortable going through it, then I can just bring me in whenever you need me then.
Just wait. Catherine, are we live? We're ready to go? Oh, okay, I missed that. Okay. We're ready to go then. I think, Ray, you know everybody in the room. Welcome here. Thanks for coming in this morning. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much for having us here again. So just a good number of you were at our meeting at Wheatland's offices, and this is kind of a follow-up to that for those that weren't in attendance and to answer any other questions that have come out of that meeting. So I'll just jump in here and go through this, and then we can discuss it a little bit. But thanks again for taking the time for us. So this is an update for the Sewa project, with which you're all familiar, and your support has been much appreciated. Okay. And I'm hitting the up arrow. Right arrow. Right. Okay, there, thank you. Yeah, so as you know, it's all about developing a regional waste energy plant and to eliminate the mass disposal of waste in general in landfills, and to eliminate a lot of the waste associated with that process. But as we all know, landfills are a better solution maybe than what we had in the past, but they're just an interim solution, and they're certainly not a good long-term solution. So we've been working on this for about 15 years now. And so, and the things that, the concerns that are associated with landfills are long-term closure and post-closure liabilities, so there's great expenses associated with that. And you know, the post-closure costs, I'm not sure what the fund that Newell Regional Solid Waste is up to now, but I believe it's probably closing in on $25 million set aside just to deal with looking after the facility when it closes. Groundwater contamination is a concern everywhere. The carbon footprint, landfills are, I think, the second highest source of manned or humanity-created greenhouse gas production. And their landfilling is not as cheap to start with and getting more expensive, and there's some concerns about long-term regulations regarding landfilling. And that gets down to the certainty of use and influence over tipping fees. And one of the things we were working towards was not to be a client, but to be our own masters in this waste management. So we did enter into a long negotiation process with HZI, and I guess on the advice of engineering and legal, the process went on a lot longer than expected or hoped, and it ended with a mutual agreement to not proceed with the project with HZI. And so that HZI was notified of our intent not to pursue the project with them, and so that leaves us kind of looking for direction from here. So the steering committee that was working with HZI is no longer needed since that project, that part of the project is ended. And so while we were dealing with HZI, and even before that, we were there was a request for expressions of interest process where we had people submit proposals to produce some kind of waste energy facility. And then we started the MOU process with HZI, and then we came to this point. And over that period, we were approached by other technologies and other vendors, but we could not speak to them because we were in the middle of a negotiation process. And so those vendors are still out there, and we have started contacting them to I guess, get back with them to consider their technologies. And when this process started, we did choose mass burn as the most efficient and most effective and proven technology. But again, before we did enter into the MOU process, there was a motion to consider alternative technologies because science does march on. And so we're going back out to the people that had approached us, plus looking for new technologies or vendors to look at, to bring back to the board to as options for where to go from here. So we've got a list of vendors, and it took 1.5 years to find out the cost, and that's kind of backwards. We kind of need to know the cost right up front, and especially at this point in time, we don't have a lot of time or resources to drag this out. So we have actually, I talked to one facility that's been working up in Peace River on a pilot project there, and asking if they would be interested in presenting to us. And one of the things I told them right off the bat is we're going to need to know the cost at the beginning of this process, not the end of this process. So again, it will be, we'll be scaling the results. The answers will be recorded and scored during the interview sessions, so we'll get a proper comparison of the different proposals. And then we want to have that all done by the May 31st meeting. So we have executive meetings scheduled with these vendors already. So as of today's date, we've got 4 confirmed interviews. We're waiting on a response, 2 others, for a total of 6.
Can I please chime in? As of this morning, we have 7. We are fully booked.
Okay. Yeah, so there are things still there to consider. So this is just a cash flow report. We do still have a bit of a balance, but as you can see, it's fairly depleted between the lawyers. Brownlee does not work cheap. And somebody has to pay for all that scotch they're handing out at the conferences, and then HDR. So, sorry. Oh, is it? Well, it was there the one. I think the first one I went to was with our CAO, and he wanted to get over to Brownlee to drink as much of that expensive scotch as we could, to try to get some of our money back. So we have a little bit of money to work with, not a lot, but it's going to have to do. And I think, I'm not sure if this is one of the things we're going to look at, but one of the questions was for the contributions from the City of Brooks and the County of Newell that went towards the MOU process. And at the meeting in Wheatland, there were some funds left in that fund, but all the bills hadn't been paid off. And I think one of the questions was whether the county would be prepared to leave the rest of those funds in there. But when we started this, it looked like the only viable option was to do a regional facility, mass burn, and there's pros and cons. The other technologies, there were small-scale local facilities, but at that point, none of them had proven themselves effective. So, they ranged from something on somebody's bench in a garage all the way to a plant south of Calgary that keeps saying it's sort of working, but still it can't burn straight garbage. So, but what came out of this new direction is we will consider regional facilities because that are local facilities, because that eliminates some of the issues and costs associated with transportation. The downside of that is you don't have some of the benefits and revenue generators that come with a large-scale facility, like large-scale electrical generation and steam generation. So at the end of this process, we should be coming back to the members and saying, okay, these are what we looked at, and we will either recommend pursuing this technology that will work on small scale, so that rather than one big facility, we'll have a number of smaller facilities, or there's still a couple of big players involved. Varma was in contact with us while we were dealing with AZI, and they're the ones that have made some kind of a deal with Edmonton, and Their technology, if you want to see what they're doing, if you Google something, go Copenhagen Waste Energy, they've got a huge facility there with a synthetic ski hill on top of it. And so there is a proven technology. Some of the questions we'll have to ask is, right up front, we need to know how much per ton to put the waste through this facility. But then you have to look at things like the carbon offtakes, which are a thorny issue because they're not really, there's no fixed mechanism for accessing those funds from the federal government, even though we keep being told they're there. Again, who's going to do the electrical dealings and a number of side issues, but the main one is going to be how much to bring that stuff across the gate and put it in the plant. So I think that covers most of what I have to say at this point, and Sherry and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Ray. Are there questions? Greg, go ahead.
My question is always has to do with funding, and it has to do with the provincial and federal government involvement in this project, especially on the federal side. I know that it is a big concern with the federal government with respect to carbon footprint and removing, becoming a more carbon footprint society, zero emission, things like that. The feds and the provincial government, where are they? Have there been discussions with respect to that with them at all, Ray?
Well, even going way back when P3 Canada was an entity, there was this, so that would be, I don't know, Shane could correct me, but it must have been maybe even 10 years ago, 7 or 10 years ago, they were approached and they were talking, we got pretty excited because they were talking like $125 million. But unfortunately, they got caught up in scandals in Eastern Canada and got shut down. And when we put out feelers to the federal government, we were told that the time to meet them is when we've got something on paper with somebody. So if this HZI MOU had worked out, then we would have taken it to the feds and say, this is what we got, we need some support. And frankly, it needs substantial support from some level of government, or it's just not going to work, especially when the cost has gone from $450 million to $650 million. So the financing on that kind of numbers, those dollars, is enough to kill a deal on its own. So we've taken a step back from there because I talked to them at AUMA about that, and that's the direction I got. They were a little bit surprised that we'd gotten as far as we had, and we had gotten the green light from the Pembina Institute as green technology, and this was the big thing we needed was to have a deal with a multinational or a credible entity.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, Lynette, please.
So as the executive is going forward with this, are we looking at it as the size of what we have commitment to, or are we still dreaming bigger than what we had necessarily members committed?
Okay, so
where are we looking at this now?
The 300,000 tons a year versus the 150 that we can, and that's also been an issue, and that's been part of this discussion about side factors. So we were dealing with some guys out of England that it turns out were not really knowledgeable on how things work over here, and they had not given any real thought or taken any action in the direction of supplying, getting some alternative supplies. Now, if we got involved with somebody like Varma or HZI, then Suez runs Swan Hills. They've got a track record of making money by bringing in waste, and they are the kind of guys, especially Suez, that would know the markets and would know what kind of money they can make by bringing in these materials. And there's a good chance that they would be willing or prepared to make up the difference to get up to that number to make it feasible, because the economics of scale is so critical at this. It's hard to make it work at 150,000 tons a year, but at 300,000 tons a year, it starts to make monetary sense. So with a big player, you can do that. With the small players, then it no longer or with local plants, then it no longer becomes an issue.
Okay, thanks. Kelly.
I think my question is for Sherry. Sherry, on the financial cash flow report that we're looking at, the MOU proceeds, to me, the line item from the County of Newell comes to $77,185.
That's, I did submit a final invoice and I took that off of that amount. So when you're looking at, you're looking at the final amount after the final invoice, the 77,000.
But the amount shown in the total column is 73,815. So that's where I'm questioning.
Yes, the 77,979 includes both Brooks and Newell County. The if you go horizontal, you'll see that the last invoice submitted here is $14,185, and that will leave a balance of $73,815 from Newell County.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
What are you asking?
150. Okay. I'm just adding up the 63,000 and the 70 and the 14,000, and to me that total column should be 74,185. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It's just I put the 63,000 was
77,000.
Yeah.
180.
So you're correct that it's 77,185.
Right.
So it's a little bit different.
So that changes some of the numbers all the way through. A small amount, but definitely something we need to catch.
Okay, is there any, is there anything of value that we've gained from the MOU with HZI that takes us forward, or where are we?
some value experience on how these things work. In the process up to the HZI negotiations, the studies and that have been done, some of them will be quite valuable moving forward with an alternative vendor or the alternative technology. So far as the direct negotiations with HZI, no, nothing's really gained that other than bad taste in my mouth and some experience.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. I had Holly and then Neil.
So I'm just looking at your cash flow report as well, and I'm wondering what was the use of the $84,000 spent administration in the first 4 months of this year? That's my first question. My second question, well, I'll answer that one first and I'll answer my second question.
Okay, Sherry, I'll throw that in your direction.
Sherry,
did you hear the question?
Did you hear the question? Sherry, do you hear us?
Sorry, I lost the connection to the dashboard. So the reason I put, because we're looking at SEWA's entire budget for this year, so I put in the full year amount for my position, because that's what it'll cost out of their entire budget. It's not for the first 4 months. That amount is for an entire year, because we're looking at what SEWA has for an operating budget in comparison to, so it's not, even though the rest of the real costs are because SEWA spent most of its operating budget already on its expenses. So majority of everything that we have to pay out, we've paid by April, except for my position. So I evaluated what is true. If I sit there, if I don't include what I'm paid annually and take it off the budget, then that's a sliding scale of what we have available, and it's not true. So I wanted to show you what the true amount was that we have after all the expenses are paid by SEWA. And you'll see that we pretty much net zero. So we don't have, the point of this showing you what the cash flow is to identify that SEWA doesn't have any excess operating funds for projects. That's why we always go out to grants or and in fact, previous to last year, SEWA did have $50,000 in surplus funds, but that was spent on the REOI process. So SEWA did, spend any reserves that they had on that first portion of the MOU. So we don't have, and this is why we don't have extra funds available for this project.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. You have a follow-up, Pauline?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because the membership dues to date at this point are barely covering just the salary, never mind the other expenses. And I guess when we came on council and Neil got on SEWA, he was really excited about the possibilities of what this could do for our area, and he was such an advocate. 2 years have passed, and it seems like a lot of money's been spent, but I'm not seeing what this has achieved, and are we throwing good money after bad? That's my question.
Can I please respond to that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, okay. I think again, because of the long process that was involved with HZI, it didn't make any promises or break them. We all followed along for 2 years while this process rolled out, and unfortunately it didn't turn, the results weren't what everybody's expectation were. But fortunately, during this time, all of the vendors that came to us after we closed the REOI process were still very much interested and anxious to, get in front of SEWA. We've got them. There's, more of them than not that are larger operators. So, and they still are looking at this project because of where the site is. So I don't, you're not on this side of the table, but I would say that that's still quite positive. I would hope that we're not, don't lose faith yet. We'll hold the meetings, we'll report to the board at the end of May. And I think, the positive side of this is we've still got one of these contenders is Suez, and they did come in second in the selection process. They were a very strong contender, and they were very interested in the project all along because of where the site was. So, Newell's still in a really good position because of that site. And this will be part of the discussion in these interviews being held with the 7 technology vendors. But I say that, we are still in a very positive position, and the difference with the lessons learned is these interview processes are going to go quite quickly, and they're not going to be setting aside a steering committee to do a selection process, because that in itself, through the screening, they had 3 months where they were waiting for Paul to have his eye surgery. So, there was a lot of unforeseen delays in that, and then delays with HZI, endless. So this project is still in a position of strong negotiation and power, and great influence because of where the site is located in Newell County. So I would hope that, that still be a strong consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sherry. Neil, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, just a comment. The thing that we learned with HZI is that we should have been dealing at least on continent, if not in country. because the way HZI folded at the end, they didn't know about the Canadian tax laws, they didn't know about carbon credits, and they didn't know about, they just, I think they were just as happy as we were to part company. How are we going to reorganize and get this thing back on track in a really quickly manner? Just a question for you, Ray.
Well, it'll have to be a very quick manner because, like I said at the beginning, we don't have the resources and we don't have the time. People aren't prepared to wait another year or 2 years. I think if we don't have something pretty substantial coming out of the meetings this month, then I don't know where there'll be any much point in going much further than that. But I think there's some exciting things have happened. In the meantime, this Peace River project looks very good. This Varma was very eager to speak with us, and again, the Suez, they're, like Neil said, they're from Alberta, not just North America, but from Alberta. So they have run a facility for a number of years, and they know what they're doing. There's still some huge challenges. The financing is going to be a big one, and it has been all along, and we're still going to have to get some substantial support from the government. But we have gone away from, originally we hoped we would own it, design, build, operate would all be done through SEWA, and we've gone away from that just because of the realities. So we're looking at being more of a client if that's the way we have to go, but we need to know up front how much it's going to cost and how much, if it's reasonable. If we can get a reasonable cost for across the scale, then this thing will fly. And if they come back at something that's unacceptably high, as happened with HZI, then there'll be no place else to go.
Okay, and go ahead, Amanda.
Ray, how do we know that, this isn't going to happen again with the new vendors? And how are the new vendors any different?
Well, as Neil was saying, a big part of the challenge was we were dealing with people that are offshore that had other projects in the go. And so we were kind of a sideshow for them. And the communications were hampered because of that. And there were always more questions. And it just went on, which is extremely frustrating for everyone, but especially for the board. We'd have to learn from that experience and streamline the process and avoid some of the things that made it take so long. And that's why we have the information from our end to give them, but we have to make sure that they come back to us and let us know just what they have to offer right off the bat, and whether there's any point in going further. And if they all come back too high, then that'll be the end of it. But some of the other factors we've had to deal with was the huge increase in the cost over since COVID hit us. From 450 to 650 million. That's a big jump. And we've got to make that up somehow. And the other thing is some of the people members of SEWA, they don't have landfills, so it's easy for them. They're already trucking at Banff. I was just at a conference in Camrose, and one of the places I went was the dried meat landfill, and that's where the Banff Canmore waste is going. So they're hauling it 400 kilometers one way to get rid of their waste. We've got trucks going from Calgary, going right past Brooks to the Redcliffe landfill. So the waste is out there if you can access it, and the key to accessing it is the cost or things that will offset that cost. So that's where we have to look at things like carbon credits, energy sales, all the things that we were aware of right from the start. I can't sugarcoat it. This is a giant step backwards, but there's still enough there to work with that. I don't think it's time to abandon the ship. It's not that it might not be the time to dump in a whole bunch more money, and we're certainly not going to go out and ask for a whole bunch more money. We'll have to make do with what we've got. But it's still worth pursuing. I think the goal is important enough that it's still worth pursuing and seeing what we can do with going in this different direction.
So do I understand you to say that that you're in an immediate process before the end of this month with your executive to interview 7 different organizations now that have an interest in talking to you about moving forward?
Okay, well, my understanding it's all supposed to be done by May 31st. Is that correct, Sherry?
You are correct. We have we'll have results from the 17th and the 24th, but we can't tabulate the report and for the board until after the 24th, and we will present to the board on May 31st.
Okay, so we should have some good information at that point, and hopefully something positive.
And what's the makeup of your executive at this point?
Well, they're councillors from throughout the membership.
Okay.
Such as Newell.
Right, and
To your point, except for one.
Oh,
right?
Paul Ryan.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's a project lead.
Oh, he's a hired staff then, or?
He's not salaried staff, but he is paid for when he attends events or does presentations.
Yeah, so that's a question I have. The rest of us are all sent there as council representatives trying to move this forward, and I see that he has expenses already $4,400. So the rest of us as municipalities are putting in HR, energy, and funds. How is Paul sent there? By the county of?
Well, he's from, he lives in Exshaw, so he's Banff Canmore, and he was a councillor there until this last election. So he's been in the project right from the start, and acting as the project lead. So he's...
Is he appointed by the executive as project lead?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I please comment as well, Councillor Chrisman, just to clarify, his appointment is on behalf of the MD of Bighorn. He is representing them officially.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Lynette.
If he's representing them, then why is SEWA paying him?
I can comment to that as well, because he was appointed as the project lead very early on in the project, and he has been the public speaker. He doesn't do that on behalf, he is only paid to attend meetings, whether it be executive and board meetings. That's all that the county he can expense for. Anything else he's doing specifically for SEWA, and it was the board, executive and board, that appointed him as project lead very early on. In fact, that was back in 2014.
So just a follow-up question to that. Is there some redundancy within your executive with regard to the project lead position specifically? Because I think you said, I mean, you've lost some time because of one person that couldn't do some, needed to be at presentations. Have you got redundancy to make sure that you can move forward on a timely basis when you need to?
May I comment to that, please, Chair? We no longer have the steering committee. It's been disbanded, so it wouldn't be an issue. Paul was the chair of the steering committee, and that is what held that up. He had a major surgery. So we couldn't put somebody else in that position. So the steering committee and the process going forward has been changed to ensure that there is no holdups. Hence, it's going to be the executive that are handling the interviews and will review that process and put forward the recommendation to the board.
Okay, thank you. Just to follow up, just to clarify what I thought I heard, that with regard to HZI, we were in not in a priority position with them at any point because of other activity that they were doing. Are we believing that the 7 or of however many organizations you're meeting now we would be in a position to be a primary priority customer or contact partner with any one of those if we decided to go that way, or is that still something that is being determined through this process?
Well, Suez is running Swan Hills, and it's scheduled to shut down, and they've stopped accepting parts of their waste stream. So they're going to be looking for a home, and I don't believe they have an alternative. Varma will have a little bit better idea where they're at. But when I say AZI was occupied, they had a project going in Australia that they're in the middle of, so they had some things actually happening.
Yeah.
And Varma is also still early in that process, negotiations with Edmonton, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be a priority with them as well.
Okay, good. So what specifically is your ask this morning of us?
Well, I guess keep the faith. I started, I think, asking about the funding that you put in towards the project. As putting on my City of Brooks councillor hat, I'm kind of jarred by the percentages, the way they worked out between the Brooks contribution and the county contribution. Ours is the Brooks money is pretty well all gone, while the county still has half of theirs still in there. So I guess I would ask the county to wait and see what we can bring back out of this next step in the process, and if we can give them something that would restore their faith, that they might consider leaving those funds in there for them that were put in for the MOU process to carry us forward for the remainder of this year anyway. Because if we don't have something to offer, there's not going to be any point in sending out membership invoices or anything. We've got to recover from this and have something that's substantial, and that's going to be the bottom line.
And you're expecting that to come sometime in early June, but after the end of this month, basically.
That's what we're looking towards and hoping for.
And with regard to Sewa, I think you said too, the Newell site is still your priority.
For a large-scale site, yeah, it was chosen for reasons, and those reasons are still valid.
Good, okay. Any other questions? Neil?
Yeah, just another comment. I'm glad you got rid of the steering committee. You're a lot more transparent than you ever were in the last 2 or 3 years. And I think we can learn a lot from the way we went through HZI. All we have to do is whatever we're thinking, do the opposite, and we'll be just fine.
That's a good comment, because the secrecy was extremely frustrating. So even within the executive, when they're doing negotiations with the HZI, the executive didn't see the proposals. There was just a committee within the executive, and this was on the advice of HDR, the engineers, and Brownlee, and it was not popular with anybody. It wasn't popular with membership, and it wasn't popular with the executive, and it wasn't even popular with the members of that committee, and that we're not going to make that mistake again.
Okay, thanks, Neil.
Yeah, it made it too hard to maneuver, because you go from one level, they couldn't do anything, then schedule a meeting, and the executive gets together, then schedule a meeting and bring it to the board. All those levels are gone, and I think you could probably pull this off a lot smoother than the way HZI went.
Okay.
Yeah. No. So if let's say Suez came back and said, yeah, we're really interested, and this is what it costs our plans to operate. It's we would need something concrete right up front from them, but there's still going to be construction wouldn't start this year, but you and all the other members are going to want to see something concrete before they want to carry forward with this. So that's where the SAWA is now, is we've got to either come up with something concrete or we're done, I would say.
Okay, thanks. So do you have time do you want to stay for lunch, Ray?
Sure, if that's an invitation.
Yeah, you're welcome to.
Thank
I
you.
think lunch is here. We'll break for lunch. Pick this up after. Go ahead, Sherry.
Are we going to continue after lunch? I did have my hand raised.
Oh, we are going to, but go ahead. Yeah, please.
Okay, I have a couple points to bring up. And with a project of this size and scale, for example, working with Varme and Suez, the scale wouldn't change. So with that, we still have to go through a formal MOU process because of the level of confidentiality with them sharing numbers. Hence, I'll be fully honest, Varme has asked the executives to sign an NDA just to hold this meeting. So, you know, this is part of the challenge that you face because large corporations don't want to share their information without protection. So we will still have to go through an MOU if this goes forward, for example, with Suez and Varme. I can speak to that. So, and then I wanted to circle back, if you can, to clarify for Councillor Christman. When you questioned the budget, that first line item, you'll notice, and I'm sorry I was a lot of things going through my head at the time, but that balance at 73,185,815 is the balance after all of the invoices that have been submitted already. So 150,000 less the 63,000 draw and the 14,000 draw leaves the balance of $73,815. So hopefully that clarifies. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Thank you, Sherry. Holly, you've got a quick question?
Yeah, question for Sherry. So if we go with a different company, there needs to be an MOU, and the MOU is very expensive. So where will that money come from?
Well, I've spoken with HDR and they've assured me that that draft that we had spent the money on will still work. It'll need a bit of tweaking and we'll still have some legal, but in estimate, we're still going to be working with 30,000 for engineering and 40,000 for legal costs. So we're protected. We've still got over 70,000, and that's where those funds will be expensed. And by the end of those funds, we will have an official MOU to move forward with a joint development agreement.
Thank you, Sherry. I think with that, we'll break for lunch and we'll pick this up after lunch, maybe maybe 1:45. Does that work for everyone? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just Holly.
You want to make that decision on SEWA?
Yeah, I think we had a presentation from SEWA just before lunch. We probably need to take a direction with regard to this. So they're asking if they can, the RFD basically is clear, right? Yeah. What does it say, Matt?
I can review that for you. So two options here. What SEWA is asking is to have a license to use the remaining funds approved by previous council motions to complete the detailed MOU with HZI. So if you recall back to those motions, they approved up to 100,000 and up to an additional 50,000 to develop an MOU with HZI. So what administration has communicated with Sherry is that now that that effort is over, you would have to have a motion from council to approve any additional spending. And that's what they're asking, that you give them license to spend that remaining 74 to sort out this business with a technology vendor MOU. What I heard today from them is they're going to be putting effort into these interviews, and by the end of the month, there should be a detailed summary of where they want to go. It might be reasonable to wait for that information before council considers giving license to spend any additional funds there.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Kelly?
That is exactly where I wanted to go. I would like to make a motion that we withhold making a decision, table this decision for 6 weeks. Give SEWA a few extra weeks to get the information to us. Neil will be at the table. I'm not sure that I will be because it's usually executive that deals with important things. My motion is to table this decision for 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Is Neil, comments or questions?
Yeah, comments. I agree with Kelly on that. There is a big push to get this thing transparent. Like, I'm going to do all I can to push the limits to those non-disclosure documents. Mm-hmm. Because if you guys don't know what's going on, how can you possibly make a decision in 6 weeks? Like, we got to get good information out here, and I think Ray's got some plans to make that happen. So I agree with Kelly's. Is that a motion?
There's a motion on the floor, yeah.
No, good one.
Okay, any further discussion or comments?
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried, thank you.
Dustin up here.
Right.
8.4, and you can get back.
Yeah, let's move on to 8.4. Dustin, welcome this afternoon. We're 5 minutes ahead of your schedule. If you're ready, we are. So welcome to policy review of policy 041-24R risk control.
Yeah, thank you, Council. So in front of you is updated risk control policy for your consideration. Risk control policy ensures county has a program in place to identify and manage risks. Our previous policy was approved in 2012. Since then, the county's risk control program has continued to mature. The new policy aligns more with our current risk control practices that we're currently doing. Changes include providing more clarity on the policy as well as integrating new roles and responsibilities for staff. So I don't know if you guys have any questions. I'll open it up to you guys.
Okay, we've had a chance to review this. Anyone have questions or comments? Neil?
What drives the change?
Just continually updating. Our old policy was quite out of date. We weren't following those that policy as it was. We are doing more at the management team meeting through that process. So I guess just making sure that we're following policy and keeping it in line and doing the best practices. So.
And keeping policy in sync with where we're at practically, right?
Yeah.
Greg?
Do we deal with someone someone that knows insurance with respect to these policies from the RMA? It's a different realm out there with respect to knowledge of insurance. And we don't, as far as I know, we don't deal with a broker. I don't know if we dealt with a broker in the past or not, but if we're going directly with RMA, it is a question on knowledge. Are they insurance people or are they finance people? And that's just my question. I just want to make sure that you as the management team are getting the proper advice.
Yeah, so RMA has a separate entity just for the insurance portion, and they do have risk advisors that we deal with on specific risk adverse questions. So we have a representative there that helps us just on the risk questions who did vent this policy and approved it. So.
Thanks, Dustin. Lynette, you've got
I was just ready to make the motion to approve the changes to this policy.
as recommended. Okay, thank you. Ready for the question? All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thanks, Dustin. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, let's go back to item number 8.2, Advocacy on Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024. Matt, you've got it.
Yeah, I'll take this moving target. The whole municipal world in Alberta got really excited with the introduction of Bill 20, which puts municipal autonomy at risk in several ways. I've shared with you RMA's member resource guide, which breaks down some of the changes and an overview of the bill itself. Administration, we're really just looking for direction whether council is interested in pursuing any advocacy on this file. Understanding that since submitting the RFD, there have been conversations between both municipal associations and the Minister of Municipal Affairs. It sounds like there's going to be some changes to Bill 20. What those are, I don't know. The recommendation that we have here aligns with what RMA suggested, expressing opposition to the changes, any of these changes that would negatively impact municipal autonomy, and requesting certain sections be removed from Bill 20. So I'm open to questions. I know we did have a few members of council who were sitting in a webinar yesterday, and they're probably smarter and more current on the issue than I am.
I did last week.
Any comments from who was that, Amanda and Adina? Any enlightenment from that webinar? Adina, please enlighten us.
I don't have any the biggest thing I took away from that was that some of it they agreed with and some of it they didn't, and this is how it might affect them. It seemed to me that mostly Calgary and Edmonton would be the most affected. So, yeah, it was not really enlightening.
Okay, thank you. Amanda and then Holly.
And then letters of support for changing these in line with RMA would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
I was able to join in for maybe about 20 minutes or so, and I didn't think there was anything that we hadn't already heard from RMA. It was pretty consistent.
Okay. Adina?
Sorry, one other thing that they did say was that they didn't want to see Bill 20 amended. They'd rather see it scrapped and just redone.
Okay, Neil?
Yeah, Greg and I heard Paul McLaughlin speak last week in Red Deer, and can't repeat what he said on stage, but this is a really mild RMA reply as opposed to the way he was thinking that day. the whole room lit up in opposition to Bill 20. So however, as strong as you want to word it, let her rip.
We had a conversation about it at the Southern Mayors and Reeves meeting on Friday in Lethbridge as well. And certainly there's opposition to it. And there's also they're definitely changing some things, and I'm not sure, my comments, and wasn't an official presentation. I just talked to somebody who was fairly close to it, and they said they were going to, they were proposing amendments. Have we seen those? What's procedurally, what's the strongest point for us here? I mean, there are going to be amendments. I feel the same way, that it's going to be hard to get high ground on this issue because of the way it's played out to this point. But I wonder what the best position here should be. I wonder if we should wait till we see the amendments, recognizing that our concerns are what they are, and then respond at that point, or what's the best procedure here? Kelly, you've got a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to see us support the RMA direction and send a letter of disillusionment and encouragement to scrap the bill and rewrite it.
Okay, which is going further than RMA has. RMA is not saying.
That's what Adina. Alberta Muni said that. Oh, okay, I take it back. Okay. I would like to support RMA's position. And in the I think there's 3 directions that they would like to change to, so let's reiterate their position. But I don't want us to be silent on it. I think we should inundate Rick McIver's mailbox and give him our thoughts.
Okay, Neil and then Greg.
Yeah, the Alberta Muni's chairman spoke right beside Paul McLaughlin and almost echoed every word that Paul said. Extreme opposition to Bill 20, not just have a look at some amendments.
Greg, thanks.
I mean, my understanding is that this provides the Alberta government easier access to make changes as needed in municipalities. Not saying that they don't already have those powers, because they do. This just makes it quite a bit easier. And I'm going, well, why do we need to make it easier? You've got those powers already. Leave things at B, and we'll kind of go from there. I don't know why there needs to be amendments. And if this is a Calgary-Edmonton deal, then the rest of the municipalities within Alberta should not be brought into that bickering.
Okay, Holly, please.
Yeah, just the point that Alberta Munis did say some of the things that they requested are in that bill, so it's not all bad. And I think RMA would echo some things. If there are positive things in there, it's just the negatives are more negative than positive, but I mean, if you can focus on, right, there are positives in the letter that we're not entirely, but there are problems for sure.
Okay. Yeah, the exact substance of this, I mean, there were 3 points that the RFD suggested. I think that there's no question that municipalities are a creature of the province. Like, it's provincial legislation that gives, the MGA is what gives municipalities their marching orders, and clearly the provincial government does have control over that, and I struggle to see the need for things to necessarily move faster, because I think there'll be days, if not today, when that will be uncomfortable for municipalities that basically function and deal with local issues better than entities that are not local. And I think those are considerations that we need to bring to bear on this. That doesn't speak to the specifics of the bill, but at the end of the day, those are the kinds of things that we need to guard against or caution against, I believe. Someone have a motion? Adina, excuse me, please.
So I'd like to make a motion that we send a letter to the Premier and Minister McIver expressing our opposition to the changes and the negative impact municipal autonomy and requesting that sections listed be removed from Bill 20.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Let's move on to item number 8.3, Advocacy with regard to the Canadian Sustainability Standards Board public consultation. I want to say at the outset of this that Matt has done a remarkable work on this file over the last month or so, and is just has done excellent work to bring us perspective on that from both his professional background and also his experience with council and municipalities. And I think I also, I'll further comment on this after the presentation, but there's also recognition from other municipalities appreciating the work that he's done. So with that, let's go to the discussion, and then we'll have a decision to make here as well. Go ahead, Matt, please.
Thank you, Reeve. What does the Canadian economy need more of? Regulation? Does small business need more regulation? Does large business need more regulation? So that's kind of where I started from, going down this path, looking at these sustainability standards that are being proposed by the Canadian Sustainability Standards Board. We did review the proposed standards at a previous committee of the whole meeting, and administration received direction to prepare a submission for the CSSB public consultation. I've taken a kick at the can drafting a letter. It doesn't hit all the points, but I think you want to be concise here with the things that are really big rubs. A few bullet points that I do want to get on the public record here. And, you know, if there are small businesses or large businesses who read the minutes or listen to the county's online meetings, I would encourage folks to submit their own response. You can either influence the world that is being made, or you just accept the world that's being made for you. So some recent observations. May 3rd, RMA issued their member guide. I found it to be of limited usefulness, but it's there, and one of the good things is it encourages members to make comments via a written submission. I did go through the CSSB's online survey. It's 53 questions long. I think surveys sometimes can be designed to get the answer or result that you're looking for. So after looking at that and struggling with how are you going to address that, I was really happy to see that the RMA gave me cover to write a letter. So that's the approach I'm suggesting council takes. New standards are not a new thing. I'll remind council, when your auditor was here presenting the financial statements, he pointed out a new accounting standard that we had adopted in 2023, the asset retirement obligation. It seems to me the CSSB is rushing this process. So the CSSB was formed in 2023. They copy and pasted the International Sustainability Standard Board standards, looking at adopting those for Canada. They've issued those as of March. They're giving 90 days till June 10th for people to review and provide comments. They expect, by the end of August, they'll have these standards figured out, and by January 1st, 2025, letterbuck, people can start accounting according to the standards. They do point out that it will be up to legislators and security regulators to decide on mandating the standard. So right now, they assure everybody it's voluntary. These are voluntary standards until they're mandatory. So the mandatory is coming. You need to worry about the breadth of application of these standards when the securities regulators and our politicians decide who they're going to apply to. And hopefully they apply to no one. Hopefully they are left voluntary. So back to this ARO standard. That was issued in 2018. The county had over 4 years to prepare to adopt that. Mark Carney, you might recognize the name, praised the efforts of the CSSB, and he said, you know, typically it takes about 7 years to get this kind of standard setting in place. So good on you guys for rushing the process. So I think there is an argument that the CSSB is rushing the process. I've spent a lot of time researching. I still feel like there's more research that could be done. I've got the benefit of having the accounting background. Not everybody's going to have that. Not everybody's going to have the time. These are far-reaching standards that will reach into every business, whether the mandate is limited to public companies or they make it mandatory for everybody. Part of the reporting requirements, they call it Scope 3 emissions. So this is all the way up and down a supply chain. So if you're a beef producer in the county of Newell, you might be getting a phone call from JBS or Tyson Foods or Cargill, whoever else is required to disclose their carbon footprint, and they'll be asking you about your operational practices, which will require you as a small business to have a plan, start tracking these things so they can meet their reporting requirements. And that's the part that I think really scares me. You can spend a lot of time measuring a lot of things, and it's interesting information, but at the end of the day, you don't make a lick of difference, and you erode a lot of value. And that's my view on these standards, is that they're going to erode value that would be better served, left in companies to pay out dividends, to support pensions, create value in the economy. So CSSB, they're rushing it. It also appears to me that the CSSB is overstating users' demands for this sustainability-related financial disclosure. In their documents that they've released for comments, they state, you know, we're aiming to strike a balance between the urgency of global sustainability demands and the needs of entities, fostering a more effective and manageable implementation. I'll tell you right now, the implementation would not be manageable if January 1st, 2025 is when they let it buck. So I thought, well, I better check and look into where this demand is coming from.
Listen to this.
I better deliver now. So PricewaterhouseCoopers, one of the large accounting firms in the globe, completes what they call a global investor survey. They've done this for 3 years in a row. Oh, this will be good, because there's got to be a lot of investors across planet Earth. So their results of a survey of 345 investors, 345, this is a global survey. I'm not sure who those 345 investors are. But it seems to me like that's probably not a statistically significant sample size to get sentiment what is being demanded by investors. So I discounted that one. Well, that's not where the demand's coming from. Well, investors are shareholders. Where else would you find some information about what shareholders demand? I thought, well, annual general meetings. You know, so if you're a shareholder and you want to influence the direction of the company, you can make a proposal. So if you go online, you can find this information, whether it's for RBC, TD, CIBC, Enbridge, keep going down the list of public companies. So I thought, well, I'm going to look at some of the biggest companies on the TSX Stock Exchange. Look at Enbridge, and I've summarized some of these for you here. There was a 2023 shareholder proposal submitted by the DI Foundation requesting the corporation annually disclose all of its Scope 3 emissions using accepted definitions and in absolute terms. I thought, great. They published the votes. So there was 24% in favor of that. It was defeated. CIBC, same idea. Votes in favor, 16%. These are not results that to me sound like there's huge demand. Now, my approach is not scientific. I did not go through all companies, so there could be a shareholder proposal out there that passed with 80%, but I thought for the biggest companies that in Canada are financing our businesses, in every instance, these shareholders are being told, sit down, we're not doing this. This is not going to create value. In fact, it's going to erode value. I thought it was interesting in some of the information I had from Enbridge, if I can find that here, in one of their appendices about shareholder proposals. And I quote, "Shareholder proposals have become part of the toolkit employed by certain environmental activists to gain publicity in pursuit of their objectives. These activists acquire the minimum position of shares in a company required to bring forward a proposal solely for the purpose of campaigning for change and take positions that are diametrically opposed to the company's business. They also participate in any venue available to them to oppose the company's business, intervening in regulatory proceedings." So we're talking Canadian sustainability standards. That's a regulatory body. And filing complaints with regulators such as the Competition Bureau. They don't engage with the company in any genuine way, and their interests are not aligned with the vast majority of the company's investors because their focus is on generating publicity, not on meaningful engagement as shareholders. And they say, the proposal submitted by Environmental Defense illustrates this well. So to date, I have yet to find where all this demand for sustainability reporting has come from, but it looks to me like it's coming from the environmental activists, and Enbridge says as much. I've talked about arguing for these sustainability standards to be voluntary. You'll see that language in the letter. And there's also been concerns about the Canadian Sustainability Standard Board aligning with the International Sustainability Standards Board guidelines. ISSB is EU, a minor trading partner. It is not aligned with the approach the United States is taking. United States is our largest trading partner. So I've made the argument in the letter that CSSB, if you're going to proceed with developing standards, at least align with the United States. The SEC on March 6th issued a final rule that reflects several key differences from ISSB standards. So, for example, companies will not have to provide Scope 3 GHG emission disclosures. Climate scenario analysis is voluntary and there's no mandatory water risk assessment. They also have provided safe harbor provisions that should lower legal and liability costs. Previously, I had shared with Council a story out of New York where JBS is being sued for what they purport to be greenwashing. So this does have real life impacts and costs on companies who are important to the County of Newell. Moving on. The water risk disclosure. The ISSB standards require you to disclose products sourced from areas of water scarcity. I'll remind you, we live in that type of area. Most of southern Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba is water scarce. There is nothing in the standards that give you credit for the brilliant way in which you have managed to increase the efficient use of water through irrigation practices. What have I missed here? I think I'll get off my soapbox because I've probably made myself a target here for some folks who really think these CSSB standards are the best thing since sliced bread, but I think administration's recommendation is you come out hard against this, and we encourage our peers around RMA to submit a submission as well, if they can make the June 10th deadline, which I think is a bit ridiculous for something this far-reaching.
Thanks, Matt. Good job. I think you've well indicated the gravity that this has, or the impact it potentially can have. And as I said earlier, there are other rural municipalities that have asked if we would share some of the work that Matt has done. And in talking with Matt, he was good with, you're good with that information being shared, because frankly, there's several municipalities that simply said we don't have the experience or the amount of time needed to get up to speed on this. And I can, speaking for myself, and anybody, if you have read this, this is a mammoth undertaking to really feel the gravity of what's being discussed here. But I think you've broken it down very clearly. The other thing that has happened, I mean, some of what you just presented, we've talked with other internationally exposed people on this, and they say, yeah, that's exactly the way it is. There may be some very large companies in Europe that are driving some of this, but it's all investor-based to line their own pocket, not the least of which is Mark Carney even. But so I'm going to suggest that if we have a motion to go ahead with this letter, that we also offer both to share this with other municipalities, and that we put out a news release and encourage businesses and individuals in our area to respond to this. And I will say that, and I think you've been sent the template that Dr. Tammy Nemeth has put out with regard to this. The encouragement is to change it a little bit or personalize it, and that isn't that difficult to do. I think some of the base arguments can easily be put into a letter, and hopefully we can get some uptake on this, because I think the intention was for this to go unnoticed and to just slide through, and I don't think it behooves us to let that happen if we have an opportunity to influence it. So I'm not sure what kind of a news release we should do, but I think we should try to get some coverage on it and share it where we can. Your thoughts, other perspectives? Holly, please.
Well, I would like to make the motion that we approve the submission to the CSSB public consultation as presented, and that we share the submission with other counties within the RMA, and that we do a news release on it as well.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, please indicate. And with that, I want to express again appreciation for Matt for the good work you've done on this. Honestly, I don't know, I mean, we probably would have missed it without your saying, your endorsement that this in fact has far-reaching impact. And I will also say again that other municipalities have very much appreciated the work that Matt and the county's done on this. So I say that to all of your credit. It's the presentation in Lethbridge on Friday was well taken, and I think even there was an MLA in attendance who arranged to try to get this in front of caucus as well. So this has not had the uptake that it should have for the potential impact it will have on business. But hopefully, even in the next days, and I think practically getting a message out on it, at least we're not going to stop it, but at least we record our opposition to the way this is coming down, and an opportunity in the future to re-engage, to say, hey, this isn't going to work for us. So. And competitiveness is a huge factor. Pardon me? We haven't yet. Or did we? Yeah, well, no, we voted on it. Yeah, we voted on it. It was unanimous. Yeah. It's the last thing you voted on. Okay. Okay, any other comments? All I would say is, Matt, in regard to, I frankly think that businesses are not going to have time to do a whole bunch of in-depth research on this other than quick looks at it. But is there a way that we can share our response to, and maybe whip up a couple of templates that different companies or businesses, individuals can use so that it's easy to respond to it? It'd be good to see a reasonable response from people in our area. Matt?
One option is we could create a page on our website about this issue, public participation, and share the information which is in council's agenda package, share the template letter which has been circulated amongst, I don't know that it's gone out to the mayors and reeves yet, but it's on the list of things to do there. So if council's in favor of that, I can work with Catherine to get the website updated.
Yeah. And I think, like our comment letter, is that generic or it's specific enough for businesses? Really, our perspective is not just the county, it's the businesses that we represent, correct? Yeah. Okay, that's perfect. Good. Okay, thank you. Are we up to item number 8.5? Policy, review of policy 045-24 flag protocol.
Something lighter. So we continue as administration to get through the policy review. Part of this is just surfacing for council, so you know what policies are on the book. We do minor edits, sometimes major edits. This one, it's, we've moved a few things, put a couple of headings in, really no substantial changes. So unless there is direct feedback from council on anything we may have missed for when we need to drop the flag to half-mast or protocol for how you handle and burn a flag, we're just looking for approval of the updated policy.
Any questions or comments, or someone prepared to make a motion? Lynette, please.
I'll make the motion to accept that policy as amended.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Item number 8.6, policy 046-24, access to information. Matt, please.
Yeah, so again, in anticipation that this would be a light agenda, we're throwing a number of policies at you and taking you into the afternoon. So again, minor edits and formatting changes. There's a few redundant items which we've struck out. So I'm a big fan of, if you don't have a policy choice to make, you don't need to restate in policy what's already stated in higher orders of legislation. So the things you see struck out here are already covered by MGA 217 sub 3. It really does not change how the county operates. It's business as usual.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions, or someone prepared to make a motion? Adina, please.
I'll make the motion that we accept the policy 046-24 as presented.
Thank you. Kelly, please. Question, comment?
Yeah. So I want to point out page 3 of 3. That is a slight change. And from my experience, from my previous work, sometimes that can be a bugbear. It's item 3 and 4 at the top of the page. If ratepayers come in and request the information and administration doesn't have the tools to answer that, which they won't anymore because it's stricken from this policy, that can be taken in a negative light. I get what Matt is saying, that the MGA covers it. I understand that totally. We're not required to disclose, but it can also be perceived as a negative. That makes sense? That's my personal experience from the past. I'm just sharing that.
But you're saying this, I mean, this isn't needed. we don't need this in policy. The information is still publicly available, correct?
No. If this is struck from the policy, then staff would not be able to disclose our, oh, I see the differential just now. Okay. Matt?
Yeah, so nothing would change administratively. The disclosures there specifically related to council remuneration or designated officer remuneration, that shows up in your financial statements. So that will continue to be disclosed. If somebody wanted to get detailed and say, you know, we're going to target Councillor Kopp there for flipping pancakes and charging for flipping pancakes, they could still come in today, tomorrow, and put in a FOIP request, and administration would continue to surface that information. So that FOIP request process remains intact.
Okay, thank you, Neil.
Yeah, what other examples of, is there any others, or I just don't get, I'm not against what you want to do here, but what don't we release?
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big long list and a whole separate act of the things that would be redacted or excluded. We've got Ariana in-house as our FOIP coordinator. So when folks do come with a FOIP request, we call it, Ariana's the lucky person who gets to manage that request, pull the information, work with other staff. There are certain things we are required by law to redact. So, you know, nobody likes seeing the black ink on a page, but we are required by legislation to redact certain things. Personal, they call it PPI. Did I get that acronym right? Personal protected information. So social insurance numbers, health information, things like that.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't mind as far as just councillors' compensation. I mean, I could really care less if the whole town come in and wanted to know what I got paid for working around here.
Yeah, they can find that. That's still there.
If that's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, my example that I was using from experience was more detailed than that, and like Matt addressed, that can be FOIP'd, so they still have an avenue.
Okay.
And my experience goes back prior to FOIP, so.
It just seems like any level of government, say, while we just watched, anytime there's any hint of secrecy, it backfires on you, even if it's innocent as can be. So
Okay,
there's any way of wording that so it doesn't come across as withholding information, or I'm sure you'll do it just fine.
Yeah, we're not affecting that at all. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Item number 8.7 involves two policies. One, 2008 PLG 007 signatures or in correspondence, and 2012 PLG 001 pins. Matt.
Yeah, all right. So I'm also a big fan of, if you don't need to write something in policy, don't write it in policy. I think the person who should sign a letter is the person who authored the letter. We know the Reeve is the official spokesman for the county, and I mean, we've had a few motions in front of you today about letters of support signed by the Reeve. That's just kind of the default. So my view on the signatures on correspondence is it's not necessary. And then the pins, you know, we've got more than pins that we hand out. You know, we've made a point when we go to Edmonton and meet with a minister, we've provided pictures of winners from the county's photo contest in a nice frame. We've provided Pivot Spirits gin, gloves with the county brand, the steak knives, which were hard to get into the Alberta legislature on occasion, and not so hard on other occasions. Yeah, it depends who you're with. So I just think you don't need a separate policy for pins. We've got thousands upon thousands of pins in a big box in the one of the vaults here. So At administration and council discretion, we give these things out. Council controls the spend on that through the budget process, through the public relations. So we're just recommending you clean up the policy manual and get rid of this dead weight.
Okay, we need a motion to rescind the policies listed on 8.7.1. Someone, Neil?
Make that motion.
All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Appointment to the County of Newell Library Board. Ariana, please.
Ooh, sorry, can't find my microphone button. Yeah, so I need 2 motions for the County of Newell Library Board. We got an application from Della Armstrong, who wants to represent in Division 6. So the current representative, Shelley Steinbach, her term expires, is it Sherry? Oh, I'm sorry, Sherry Steinbach. Her term expires in June, so Della Armstrong, we'd like her term to start beginning of June for 3 years. And the second motion, Jane Marsh, representing Division 2, has agreed to serve another 3-year term. I guess if there's any questions.
Are there any questions or someone prepared to make one of the motions? First, there's one for Bassano and one for Tilly. Kelly, go ahead, please.
I'll make the motion for the one for Bassano. And if you have any questions about Della and her background, I could answer those.
Thank you. So to appoint Della Armstrong for a 3-year term, any questions? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Similarly, do we have a motion to reappoint Jane Marsh to the Tilly Library Board? Adina, please.
Well, I'll make that motion to reappoint Jane.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Thank you. Thank you, Ariana. And let's carry on to 8.9, the Newell Pro Rodeo Pancake Breakfast on June the 7th, 2024. What do we need to know?
It's pretty much the same as last year. It's pancake season again. So County of Newell has hosted the pancake breakfast with the City of Brooks since at least 2006. So the cost sharing, you agree to cover 50% of the costs. The details are in the RFD. It's June 7th, 7 a.m. I'll send out a meeting invite that you can reply to just to make it easy so we'll know who's attending. I think everyone has aprons. If you need a new one, please let me know. And other than that, I'm just looking for the motion agreeing to the cost sharing of 50% of the costs. Last year's costs, it was $1,062.07 each. So the 2024 budget includes $1,100 to cover the costs. So.
Okay, thank you. Adina.
I just have a question about who's purchasing the ingredients, because I know last year we ran out of pancake mix and somebody went to Safeway and No Frills and bought all the boxes on the shelf. And so, not that I'm going to be there this year, because unfortunately I can't be, but I sure would hate to see everybody run out of pancakes again.
Usually the city, 1 year we handled it. Usually the city makes all the arrangements. We just send volunteers and agree to cover the costs. I will put in a note to please make sure to buy more pancake mix this year.
Or at least enough. Greg, please.
I'd like to make that motion as presented.
Thank you. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. On a related, pardon me? Yeah, on a related note, the parade is also the next day. So, oh yeah, yeah. Who do we have that can volunteer to help flip pancakes on the 7th? 2, 3. You would know. We're in Calgary. Oh, I see. Okay. So we have 3 people. We should be good, eh?
3.5.
Yeah. I think he's in Calgary. Yeah, he's at FCM, I think. Okay. Okay, good. On a related note, the Brooks Stamp Rodeo Parade is on Saturday, the 8th. I have had a exchange with the person who contacted me, Brad, and looking for who's going to be in the parade. I said I can't because I'm supposed to be in Calgary. Kelly is also otherwise occupied that day. Who could and would ride in the parade on behalf of the county on the 8th? They will provide a vehicle from Martin Chrysler. Who? Yeah. He won't even see you. Who can do it? Who will do it? Who could do it? Ellen. Amanda? Would you do it? Perfect. Great.
She loves it.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate it. If you have a, if you prefer a vehicle other than the one from Martin Chrysler, because I know you have some contacts in that direction, just make sure we close the loop with Brad too. Yeah. Thank you. We are up to post-agenda item. Invasive species. 8.1? Oh, request for functions of council. Right, I'm sorry, I missed that. There is an invitation for me to attend the Veterans Memorial Highway Association Annual General Meeting on June the 28th. What's your feeling on that? Do we want to? We are not members at this point, but we have been asked to reconsider activity there. So, Holly?
I went to the meeting in Brooks for you 2 years ago, I think it was, and we toured JBS and had a meeting. After that meeting, I called Elroy and asked for an invitation for us to rejoin and never did hear back. So this is the first we've heard from him in about 2 years. So just some feedback for you.
Okay, thank you. I have had, I can't remember who it was, and technically I guess it doesn't matter, but I have had somebody ask if we would rejoin just to give more weight to the initiative, and I guess my consideration is with the discussions around. The letter came from Margaret Plumtree to their annual meeting, but I've had other conversations with people asking if we would consider rejoining. I guess I'm thinking that with the discussion around an overpass on Highway 1 and 36, it might not hurt to be engaged with that group. But it's up to council. I think also in terms of economic development, that is part of the discussion. What are your thoughts? We don't have. I'm not suggesting we decide whether we join, but at this point, it's whether I go to the meeting. Lynette, your hand was up first.
What was the thought process when they opted out of being part of that? Like, was there a reason?
Holly and then Kelly?
I believe Wayne was on it, right, Kelly? And Wayne just didn't feel there was any benefit to us. He went to the meetings and didn't feel it was benefiting the county at all, so he recommended that we don't continue.
Kelly?
And just to add to that, it was dysfunctional. He drove way north to a meeting and discovered the meeting was canceled. So just non-activity, non-production. Don't know how much they have in the coffers, in the financial situation or anything like that. But if they're rejuvenated and revitalized, maybe it's time to go back.
This is unofficial, but I understand that there is some consideration of splitting it north and south, which from our perspective would make a lot more sense with less travel and there's probably an area roughly around Hannah south that is more pertinent to us, and then from somewhere there north, it goes into the, all the way up to Cold Lake and that kind of thing. So that's unofficial, but I think that would make sense. So go ahead, Greg.
I think it's important that Arno go to this meeting. John Petrie is a part of this, also from the city of Brooks. I think it is important to be on a regular basis a part of this meeting, and I guess you'll be able to indicate as to the strength of the organization at the AGM. I'm thinking, so we'll get a good indication there, and. I was talking with the economic development person out of Tabor, and we were just throwing around a corridor, a Tabor Brooks corridor, economic corridor, similar to Highway 3. So just know that it's she was all for that and everything. So I think it's something ongoing that we want to be a part of.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. I guess we'll see what we think after the meeting. Margaret Plumtree has sent the letter. I believe that's the same person who was the head of Chamber of Commerce till it disbanded here.
She's from Vulcan.
Yeah. Okay, all in favor of that being a function of council, that's carried. Thank you. Are there other functions of council? Matt, please.
If council recalls, I sent you a meeting invite for a meeting with Grasslands Board on June 6th, which was a fail on my part since several of you were going to be at FCM. So I will be looking at a date in June with Rian to reschedule that. I'll kick out an email to make it a little bit simpler for us all.
Okay, thank you. Holly, please. Oh, I missed you before, sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. The PEP AGM is in Rolling Hills on the 14th. So generally the REEV comes to give a welcome. So I'm putting that there for you, Arne, if you have time.
June
Put it as a
14th, right?
function of council.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad. Okay, all in favor of that, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. Anything else? Kelly, go ahead.
I'm not sure if you want to make it a function of council or not, but I want to send out an invite to the open house on May the 15th in Bassano, Pace Solar, from 6:30 to 8:30. They are proposing a quarter section solar project southwest of in-town limits. But definitely has county, we're the bordering neighbor, so right. Representation and support or lack of support, whatever your position is, would be appreciated. So I don't know if you want to make that a function of council or not.
Okay, thank you. What's your wish? You're going to attend?
I will. Mm-hmm.
I would tend to try to go if I can, just because we're close to there too, but whatever, you make a motion that it's a function of council?
Don't need to.
Yeah,
If there's nobody else planning to go, I will just go as my division rep.
Okay, yeah. Neil, you got your hand?
Yeah, okay, I'll make a motion that it be a function of council,
Yeah.
just to
Okay, that's
cover
good.
everybody that wants to come and.
Okay, all in favor of that, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. And that's an open house, it's not a time-limited presentation.
That's right, come
Good.
and go.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Greg, please.
It is next Wednesday, May the 15th at the Community Hall, 6:30 to 8:30.
Greg.
Yeah, I'm not sure if everyone got the invitation or not, but the Brooks and District Fund grant is going to be given out again this year. They usually do a yearly funds distribution, and it's at the engineer station. I've gone the last couple years. I can't remember if it's been a function of council in the past or not. I think, or no, it hasn't been. Yeah, so I was asked as a representative for the county, and I think you've been to it. It's on the 29th of May. So 1 to 2. And I wasn't sure if it was a function or not, but it wasn't? Okay.
No. And the only reason it's not is there's no county money involved. It's good information, but it's not a county-funded project, so.
Okay. Anything else? Neil?
Are you asking function of council?
Yeah.
No, I have something else so after.
Okay. Let's, sorry, Lynette, please.
Had we selected a rep to go to the Medicine Hat Convocation in June 14th? Do we have somebody going to that?
No, we do not. That's good. Amanda?
I'll be attending that anyways.
Will you? Okay. Would you go as a function of council on behalf of council? Lynette?
You have to RSVP and then you get to sit in the VIP part. But if like you're going as a family member, then it's a little different, right?
You'll attend? Yeah, okay. Motion to make that a function of council. Ellen, all in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Anything else? Then we will move on to item number 10, post-agenda items, invasive species. 9.4 has been scratched, yeah. One of the first things we did today. Oh, that's right. No. Okay. Okay, the first thing I have on here is invasive species. You'll recall we've had a discussion on this in the past. I'm not suggesting that we do anything about it today, but I did have a conversation with Martin Shields last week, and he was talking about some of the initiatives that both British Columbia and Montana are taking to safeguard against the incursion of zebra mussels specifically as a invasive species for water bodies in British Columbia and Montana. They're taking some very direct measures to make sure that they don't have watercraft bringing it into their jurisdiction. And I know Martin is encouraging some of that. I don't have enough information to suggest a line of consideration on that at this point. We took much of our lead from Alberta Irrigation Projects Association, Districts Association initiative last time. I think we should maybe re-engage to see where that's at. My understanding is that the province has still only reinstated half of the funding for the dog training, which I understood that restoring that funding to train sniffer dogs was important. So just a heads up that I think we'll try to get some more information on that. We may have to revisit that, and I think the threat of that is not something that we can take lightly. It would have a very negative impact on our jurisdiction if it were to take place. Anybody have further information on that? If not, we'll move on. I also put top 70 under 70 letter of support. I was asked if the county would provide a letter of support for Mr. Jake Eckert as a nominee to the top 7 over 70 for this year. I said I would bring it to council. Are we in favor of that? I think it's primarily for the book that he's written on his history. Somebody makes that a motion, I will send a letter. Ellen? Motion to support the nomination of Jake Eckert to the top 7 over 70. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Oh, sorry.
Would it need to be the county doing it? Like, you could just personally do it. Like, why are they just looking for the county to do one? That's all I was curious.
Oh, yeah, I just think because of all of us. I mean, I could do it myself, but as an individual, it's a bit of a so what. If it's the County of Newell, it's significant, more significant. That's what I would say. Kelly?
And I agree with you, but if you notice, I didn't vote on the motion only because I don't know the gentleman. And so I feel at a disadvantage. I mean, you're recommending him, but I feel at a disadvantage to vote on the motion when I'm not given any prior. You may know him, I don't.
Okay, Neil, I think, did you circulate the letter? You haven't had a chance to look at it. It came out this morning.
Oh.
And we don't have to deal with it today. If you want to wait, we can wait.
Okay.
It doesn't have to happen today.
I'm sorry, I just don't have the.
Yeah, well, and the letter explains the basis on which, I don't think we'll have him in here to meet him. I don't think that's going to happen, but.
I just need to know that.
Yeah. Okay, Neil?
Yeah, where we'd get ourselves in trouble would be if we had Mr. Eckert, which is a worthy nominee, and somebody else just as good, and the county's already stood up and backed one candidate. Probably not exactly fair.
It's risk. It's risky.
Okay, well, do you want to withdraw the motion for today? Do you want to reconsider in the future, or you don't? This is a little too much. Okay, we'll leave it for today. We can maybe revisit this. Alternative energy discussion. Neil, you brought that to the table.
Yeah. Being with the press that's coming out, even though some of it is CBC, it's all true. Because it's on all kinds of stations. I think Danielle overstepped. I think she bullshitted. It's pretty well proven in the paper now. And just from some conversations at the convention we were at last week with McLaughlin and several other councillors, the regulations that came out from the moratorium aren't what anybody was asking for. As soon as it came in, and it is stifling the industry. Like, this is a bigger deal. I think we should react as strongly as you can possibly to the Premier. This is bigger than the sustainability rules or anything else we've written letters about. It's $350 million. I can't get that number out of my head. And what the Reeve from Cardston says, it was exactly like we've talked around this table. They lost their wind project down there. That takes away all their funding. So instead of being self-sufficient, they go to Edmonton with their hat in their hand begging Edmonton for money. Like, I think we're taking this thing laying down without putting up the least bit of a fight when you realize what's at stake. It's all the tax money that we'd collect in the next 20 years doubled. So I don't know. Like, I'd like to see a real good letter to Danielle. I mean, we're dealing with her on CDC, which is fantastic, but this thing dwarfs CDC. It's big time money, and a lot of the municipalities that were against this, like when we first went into it, all we wanted was some end of life, who's going to pay for cleaning this up? We didn't want to stifle the whole industry. And you don't have to read very many articles or do that much research to see that this is starting to cost tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, with a possibility of more damage. Even we lost one right out here. So, yeah, I think it's really important to, maybe we'll have to be at odds with the Premier on this one. She's dead wrong. And she did lie. So whatever you guys think, and I have to throw that in one more last time, and I think now's a good time because there's kind of a little wave starting where RMA and other municipalities are coming to the realization of, what did we ask for, eh? And realizing how bad it's going to hit. That's all I have to say on that.
I would say, first of all, my understanding from the public presentation on what happened to the cancellation of the project to the south here, wasn't related to
Read that article I sent you out of the Herald.
no, the one south of Brooks, the one at Rainier. If that's what you're referring.
No, I was referring to the one at Cardston.
Oh, okay, well.
That's outside the line. The one over
you
here.
said we lost one here. That I thought you meant was the one in.
Yeah, and this may not be lost yet, but I know Jamie Beto was up for 1,200 acres. He's down to 200. As an extension of this project out here, and I don't know the details of it, but I do know that all over the province, there's counties and municipalities starting to realize that the money that was there in solar is maybe not going to be there in the same proportion, and it's a big, big, big deal.
The reading I've done would also indicate that it's not just local in terms of Alberta, that some of it is economics based on things like uncertainty around the carbon tax, the experience that other jurisdictions have had with alternate forms of energy, particularly in Europe and the UK, where they haven't delivered to the level that was expected. And I could see maybe encouraging the province to complete the work that they were doing, because I think there's some of these projects have indicated that it's uncertainty because they're not sure what the end result is going to be or what the final information is going to be. But the information I've seen does not heap all these into one group at the foot of the province. Some of those are from outside economics, and some of the projects that have been canceled.
Totally, and that's all I'm looking at is the lens that I have to look at sitting at this table. And I'm looking at a $350 million possible lens. I could care less about the politics in the UK or California or wherever else it's at. We had $350 million being waived. Here it is. And the province came out with a negative, and our MLA is the worst solar proponent, anti-proponent in the province. I think we should react.
So where's the $150 million coming from? I'm not sure what.
That's Matt's number.
Matt, you have context.
Yeah, so, and I will take credit for doing some math on potential tax revenues, so if council remembers back. There's a number of solar developments in the pipeline. We've got estimated construction costs. I've kind of walked you through how the assessment works with those guys' construction cost gets a 25% haircut straight out of the gate, and then it depreciates over time. So the $350 million is caveated with it depends, right? Because that is assuming you keep your non-residential rate where it was at in 2022 or 23, whatever rate I used. Likely, and what administration would argue is if you have new assessment show up to the party, you can either spend more or you could take an opportunity to spend more as well as reduce the tax rates, right? So it is a loose estimate, but based on the numbers and the projects, the megawatts that were in the line, that's where we shook out.
Well, the number there too, I got this in conversation with Ivan down the street. EID figures they're going to lose, I'm probably wording that wrong, they have the potential to lose $150 million, which they would have collected in the next 20 years. Add those two together, that's almost $500 million. And the district, I know, would be more than willing to join with us to combat the province, to have another look at these AUC rules, to at least have a chance of getting the lion's share of that money.
Okay, thanks. Kelly?
So what I'm hearing is a suggestion to let our MLA, who is also the Premier, know about this project that we have lost, and also that we are, maybe she could look into some reasons, some details, and get back to us. Would that make sense? Because I'm also know there are other solar projects in the queue, and I want those projects in some shape or form. I don't want her to think that the County of Newell is negative solar. That's my point.
Right, and I think we've stated that quite often on a whole range of energy products or projects or different forms of energy that we're kind of pro a variety of energy projects, or including alternative ones. I don't feel like I have enough information to send a letter, because I think you're talking about something different than Neil is. Because, aren't I? Because Neil says he's not talking about a project in this riding.
No, I'm talking about the provincial, the provincial attitude.
My understanding is that the project that was canceled recently was for other reasons, and as you said, it may still come back, and there are other projects still being presented. I don't think we have enough information to write an intelligent letter in regard to what you're suggesting, because I don't see the point in just blowing steam, if that's
okay. Here,
so
the unraveling of Daniel Smith's case for Alberta Renewables pause. That's on the Calgary Herald today.
Just wait, Neil. Matt.
Yeah, I'd suggest a letter to the Premier. If Council wants to support that, you need to be specific about what part of the regulations you're opposed to. I'll have Council recall we did have a motion on the books to advocate on the renewable energy file because there were concerns about preserving agricultural land, turning good irrigated land. So you don't want to be speaking out of both sides of your mouth, but there are potentially parts of the new regulations that are problematic. You know, the definition of pristine viewscapes might be one, but staff could prepare a summary of the changes and have them presented to you. And if there's any of the specific changes that you find went too far, you could consider whether you wanted to push back and communicate with the Premier on the specific items.
I think that would give us a position of a strength to discuss what we want to discuss, if we're good with that. I don't think we're prepared to write. Any one of us can do that individually.
If we don't, somebody else will. It's the idea that maybe they did act too fast. Like, it was only a couple months. Even RMA says they didn't ask for what they got. Like, when the AUC panel came back, what they gave us is a lot more than anybody bargained for, or they would never have asked for it. Right across the board.
I think Matt's suggestion is a good one. That
I'm cool with that.
Review what's out there, and then we look at it from a
review the number of projects that are officially canceled, or whatever information you can get. But, yeah, we need more information. I feel we already have it, but that's just my vote. But it's important.
So you can get that information for us, Matt?
Yeah, if Council wants to make a motion directing administration to bring back some information on the regulatory changes on the renewables file that have changed, we can get that in front of you, and then you can pick the ones that you support and pick the ones you find problematic. And if you want to write a letter at that point, we can move forward from there.
I think that makes sense. Someone want
Yeah,
to make that
I do too. I think it probably makes more sense because then we're writing a letter with actual knowledge behind it, other than half knowledge, even though everything I told you is true.
That was my thinking. Someone make that motion? Neil? Okay. All in favor, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. We are up to information items, which are before you. Is there any discussion around any of the information items? If not, I would entertain, Matt, please, sorry.
I just wanted to put one last plug in before our session next week with Dr. McIntosh for you to do your homework. Open the email where he's got his form and put a couple of notes down, and we will be in this room. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to configure it in here, but I think we can fit a few more bodies around here. Put Gord in there somewhere with the, yeah. Unless you'd like to change it. we'll have us and management team, and I'm open to suggestions. I think one of the reasons I picked this room is for the microphones. I recall at the hotel it was sometimes difficult for everybody to hear what was going on, so this at least gives us a bit of a sound system.
I like that idea, and if you've noticed, from council seats you can see everyone in the room without turning your head too far, which is a pretty comfortable place to have a meeting like that. I think that's a good idea. Good. If there's a motion to go in camera, I will suggest we take 5 and go in camera. Adina? Okay, all in favor, please indicate. Let's take 5 minutes.
Talk about or change some structure. You started it, you have no recollection of finishing it. Oh, really? I was that way earlier. I'm fading.
Yeah, all right. I was playing cricket with Katie on the weekend, and we got to the point where I thought we were still playing. No, we just counted. I do expect a motion.
There's some mark fixed up here. Oh, no.
Not yet. Okay, we're live. I would entertain a motion if someone is prepared to make a motion with regard to land purchase. Go ahead, Neil.
I will make that motion.
That we purchase garage location. Yeah, read it.
Yeah, so I'll read the motion. That council approves additional spending of $399,000 from the stabilization fund for the purchase of 317 11th Street, Bassano, Alberta, plus closing costs for the purpose of relocating the Bassano Fire Department, and further, that administration proceeds with negotiating an updated fire protection services agreement with the town of Bassano through the Bassano ICF/IDP committee that transfers governance and operational control of the Bassano Fire Department to the county.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. It being 18 minutes after 3, I will adjourn this meeting. Is there a motion to adjourn? Yes. Holly, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you.